they're all alive. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body visibly relaxed, and he murmured, "It's good that you're still alive." Then he sat there blankly, lost in thought. Song Nansure waited patiently. A moment later, she heard Jiang Yuan say, "Then could I ask a few people to help me find them?" He paused, then added, "If I find them alive, I can add another 20,000. The group exchanged glances. Song Nansure smiled slightly. "Then we'll accept this commission." Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you can stay here with me for the next few days." Song Nansure agreed, but after thinking for a moment, he added, "By the way, does Miss Jiang know if there is an old man surnamed Short in Hai? He doesn't live here, but he comes back every year to offer sacrifices." Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "I live in my sect all year round, so I'm not really familiar with Hai." Song Nansure was somewhat discouraged. She had never been here with the old man before, and didn't know where he lived. How was she supposed to find him? Jiang Yuan said, "I will keep an eye out for you." Song Nansure could only express his gratitude. The group walked out of the lobby while talking, heading to see the rooms Jiang Yuan had arranged for them. And then they bumped into Jiang Hing, who was running over excitedly. As she ran, she cried out, "Senior sister, do you know where I can find a gender change pill?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the dumbfounded Song Nan and exclaimed with great joy, "Sister." Song Nansure, "This money is not easy to earn." Fortunately, Jiang Yuan knew his junior sister's character better than Song Nansure did. She simply tossed her aside, scolding, "This is my guest. Go back and do your homework." Jiang Hong stood outside the courtyard, unwillingly calling out, "Senior sister." Jiang Yuan ignored them and turned to them with a smile, saying, "All right, the problem is solved. You can go and choose your rooms now." As she spoke, she glanced at Song Nansure again, paused, and added, "By the way, Master Song, don't forget to close the doors and windows properly, preferably lock them tightly." Song Nansure, Jiang Yuan smiled. "My junior sister is quite good at climbing into beds and windows." Song Nansure. That evening, despite the possibility of being climbed out of the window, Song Nansure remained calm, closed the doors and windows, and began to meditate. But Yoon Jifeng, who was perfectly fine, didn't sleep all night, standing guard on the tree in front of Song Nanshure's door all night. The next day, when Song Nansure got up and opened the door, he saw Yoon Jifeng standing with his back to the door like a clay sculpture. Song Nansure was startled. "Yoon Jifeng, you're up so early." Yoon Jifeng turned his stiff neck, glanced back at her, and calmly nodded, saying, "Good morning." Upon closer inspection, Song Nansure realized something was amiss. Yoon Jifeng was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and his hair was covered in dew. He didn't look like he had gotten up early. Rather, he looked like he hadn't slept all night. Song Nansure paused, then turned to look at his window. "Oh, it hasn't been climbed by anyone." She turned back, her expression complex and unspeakable. "Yoon Jifeng, you wouldn't happen to be—" Yoon Jifeng nodded before she could finish speaking, and said calmly, "That Hwan-sect female cultivator surnamed Jiang has strange methods. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle her, so I'm guarding this place." Song Nansure, she said tactfully, "It's not that bad. Surely that girl wouldn't actually climb through a window in the middle of the night, would she?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhu Xiu leaned out of the other window and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course, of course." When Song Nansure looked over, she said with great enthusiasm, "Miss Jiang Hong came once last night, but luckily Brother Yoon was there to keep watch." Song Nansure was startled. she really came. Zhu Xiu nodded repeatedly. Song Nansher, I thought you were joking, but you're serious. It was only then that she felt a sense of crisis that she might actually be the one being slept with. She was speechless, that Miss Jiang Hing. Zhu Xiu gestured vividly as she described. He was sent flying by Brother Yang's sword. Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief. Yung Jifeng then said, during our time in Haitang, I will serve as your bodyguard. Song Nansher worriedly said, you can't stay up all night. 1 or 2 nights is fine, but you can't last long. Yung Jifeng, my cultivation is higher, I can withstand it. After thinking for a moment, Song Nansher came up with a solution that would benefit both parties. He said, how about this? My senior sister and I will draw a protective array outside my room later. That way, she won't be able to get in, and you won't have to trouble yourself. Yung Jifeng thought for a moment and said, it's an array, but I still have to guard it. Song Nansher asked, puzzled, why? Yung Jifeng said seriously, because the formation can only prevent her from coming. Song Nansher wondered, wouldn't it be enough to just defend against it? Yung Jifeng, but every time she comes here, I want to beat her up. Song Nansher. She took a deep breath. You really want to guard this place? Yung Jifeng, we must defend. Song Nansher, then you can hit her, but she's a young girl, you should know your limits. Upon hearing this, Yung Jifeng stared at her intently. Song Nansher felt inexplicably guilty under his gaze and asked uncomfortably, what are you looking at me for? Yung Jifeng was silent for a moment, then said quietly, she's even trying to climb through your window, and you're still speaking well of her. Song Nansher sensed something was off about what she was saying and instinctively explained, I wasn't trying to be nice, but she's still young, and we're staying in her senior's house. Besides, she didn't really do anything. Yung Jifeng, what are you planning to do while waiting for her to actually do something? Song Nansher, that's not what I meant. Her weak and feeble explanation. Yung Jifeng, heh. He turned back without expression. I'm going to change my clothes. He said. He turned around without any hesitation. Song Nansher stared at his back. His door slammed shut. Song Nansher stared at the door. Then she turned to her second senior sister, her voice sharp but weak, and said, did I say something wrong? He's being completely unreasonable. Zhu Xiu, junior sister. Song Nansher, huh? Zhu Xiu gently reminded her, he kept watch over you outside all night. If it weren't for him, that girl would have taken you to bed in the middle of the night. Song Nansher. I started to feel guilty. Her voice trailed off as she muttered, I didn't say anything. He said he was going to beat someone up, and I let him. I was just worried he might go too far and gave him a heads up. Zhu Xiu sighed softly again. Song Nansher felt uneasy at her sigh and asked, senior sister, just say what you have to say. Zhu Xiu clicked her tongue and said, it's nothing, but seeing my junior sister now, I suddenly thought of those scumbags who want to cheat on their partners but make excuses by saying that she is just their sister. After saying that, she added, oh, I was just saying it casually, junior sister, don't take it to heart. Song Nansher. If you don't say it, she won't think too much about it, but once you do, she'll start to overthink it, even if she doesn't want to. She was already feeling guilty, and now she felt even more guilty. Just then, Old Man Lu's hearty laughter came from behind. When Song Nansher turned his head, he saw his senior brother and junior sister sticking their heads out of the window, watching this sight with great interest. Song Nansher's face darkened, and he shouted, get up now. Get to work. Seeing that Song Nansher was really angry, everyone hurriedly closed the windows, while Jiang Ji said, "We didn't hear anything." It's a blatant attempt to cover up the truth. Before closing the window, he also took Old Man Lu with him. Song Nansher stood in the empty courtyard, staring wide-eyed. Then, my gaze involuntarily fell on Yoon Ji-fein's door. There was no movement. Song Nansher couldn't help but feel guilty again, wondering if he should soften his stance or something. Then it suddenly dawned on her something was wrong. There's absolutely nothing between her and Yoon Ji-fein, so why is she getting so worked up about Zhu Xiu talking about a scumbag cheating on her? Thinking this way, she went back to her room with a clear conscience. Then I started to fidget. Well, he was indeed doing it for his own good. He even stayed outside all night. Even if you're friends, it's only right to apologize after a conflict, isn't it? Yes. That's it. Song Nansher convinced himself. It's just apologizing to a friend. She wasn't someone who cared too much about saving face or being unable to back down. Since she had said something that made him uncomfortable, she decided to communicate properly. Song Nansher got up and wanted to go to Yoon Ji-fein's room. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yoon Ji-fein standing outside, looking like he was about to knock. The two met unexpectedly and looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they opened their mouths at the same time. Song Nansher, you. Yoon Ji-fein, I. After a meal. Song Nansher, you go first. Yoon Ji-fein, you go first. They stared at each other, bewildered, for a long while. Song Nansher found the scene before him somewhat amusing and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yoon Ji-fein stared at her for a long time, then couldn't help but laugh. The two of them just stood there laughing like idiots, laughing so hard they forgot for a moment what had been going on between them. Then Yoon Ji-fein spoke first. Song Nansher, I overreacted just now. What you said is not wrong. Song Nansher also felt that what he wanted to say was not so difficult to say, and laughed. I said it in a slightly wrong way. Yoon Ji-fein asked rather cautiously, so we've made up? Song Nansher smiled and said, is this considered arguing? Yoon Ji-fein breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. So, a quarter of an hour later, when Old Man Lu urged Jiang Ji to finish washing up and prepare to go out to see Song Nansher's excitement, he saw that the two of them were already chatting enthusiastically in the courtyard, discussing the commission they had taken on, and there was no trace of their previous quarrel. Old Man Lu was dumbfounded. He instinctively asked, weren't you arguing? Yoon Ji-fein couldn't hear it, and Song Nansher didn't hear it either. She stood up and said, I'll go tell Miss Jiang Yuan first. You all should hurry up and get ready. Once we've washed up, we'll go out and take a look. With that, he led Yoon Ji-fein outside. Old Man Lu was even more dumbfounded. They've made up? He flew into a rage, jumping up and down, shouting, Yoon Ji-fein, is this all the backbone you have? If you're so tough about getting angry, then why don't you just ignore her for 2 days? Even 2 hours would be fine. Aren't you afraid you'll lose your authority as a husband? Neither of them turned their heads. Only Zhu Xiu watched through the window and saw the smile on her face. Half an hour later, the group of people regrouped in the main hall. Jiang Yuan was also there. Song Nansher had spent half the night thinking about the matter Jiang Yuan had entrusted to them, and now that he saw Jiang Yuan again, he knew exactly what he had to do. She asked directly, do you know where they arranged to fight? Jiang Yuan shook his head. If I knew, I could have found out myself. They're used to fighting. I would have cared once or twice, but after a while I stopped paying attention to them. Who knew this time something like this would happen? Song Nansher, so, you don't know where they ultimately disappeared? Jiang Yuan, yes. Song Nansher pondered for a moment, then asked, but they had been helping out at the sect leader's residence all along. Jiang Hing, yes. Song Nansher, how long has it been? Jiang Yuan calculated for a moment and said, it's been about a month. A little over a month ago, the sect leader's wife got the elders to agree to the young sect leader's succession. The succession ceremony was originally supposed to be prepared for a year, but the sect leader's wife was afraid that things would change if it was delayed, so she couldn't wait and started preparing directly. Because of the rush and the lack of manpower, my senior brother and junior brother went to help. For the past months, apart from cultivating, they have stayed at the sect leader's mansion to work on this, and they have rarely even returned to the sect. Song Nansher pondered, if they suddenly disappeared, wouldn't the sect master's wife have noticed that she was short 2 people? Why didn't you ask her for help? Jiang Yuan smiled wryly. Of course she knows, but she's so busy with the affairs of the young sect leader that she's overwhelmed. They've only been missing for a day, so who would have thought that something could happen to them on their own sect's territory? Of course she wouldn't take it seriously. But I'm different. Her expression was deep and she said without any hesitation, I've cultivated with them before, and I can sense that they must be in trouble. Song Nansher remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Then she said directly, we want to enter the sect leader's mansion. Jiang Yuan frowned, enter the sect leader's mansion. Song Nansher explained, my divination can only tell me that they are still alive. I can't figure out much more. Since we are looking for them, we need clues. The last place they were in before they disappeared might hold some clues. Jiang Yuan frowned and said, I understand the logic, but... He paused for a moment, then said, ever since the sect leader's death, the sect leader's wife has been quite paranoid, fearing that someone might harm her. The sect leader's mansion is very heavily guarded, and outsiders are never allowed to enter or leave. It was only a month ago, when the young sect leader was preparing to succeed to the throne, that she allowed people to go in to help. But apart from those who are helping, no one else is allowed to enter. So I can't take you in right now. Song Nansher shrugged and said, we don't even know what the sect leader's wife looks like. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, then I'll go out and think of a solution. She was busy, and Song Nansher wasn't going to be idle either. After she left, he said directly, I'm going to go see if old Nansher is here. Does anyone want to come with me? Everyone responded enthusiastically. Song Nansher took the opportunity to lead a group of people out to look for someone. This time they were a little more careful, so as not to be stopped on the street and asked if they wanted to cultivate together. They all concealed their aura very well, afraid that others would discover their cultivation level. Yung Jifeng asked her, how are you going to search? Hai Town isn't big, but it's not small either. Finding someone won't be easy. Song Nansher said, finding other people may not be easy, but finding Master Sure is easier. Before Yung Jifeng could understand why it was easier for Master Sure, Song Nansher went straight to an old woman selling vegetables on the street and asked, Auntie, I'd like to ask you about someone. He stuffed the loose silver into his hand. The woman, who had been listless just moments before, suddenly became enthusiastic, asking repeatedly, who are you? Just tell me. There's no one in Hai Town I don't know. Yung Jifeng clearly had no experience of how well-informed an old lady who had lived here for half her life could be, and was still half-believing and half-doubting. Song Nansher had already said, do you know that there's an old man in town who doesn't usually live here and only comes back once a year to visit his grave? The old woman recalled, they don't live here, they only come back to worship. There are quite a few in Hightown. Old man Li in the north, Old man Dong in the south. Which old man are you looking for? Song Nansure added, he visits 10 graves every time he comes back. Upon hearing this crucial information, the old woman's eyes lit up immediately, and she said without hesitation, you mean that little old man? Oh, the cultivator, right? Then I know him all too well. He was a little old man when I was a child, and I would come back every year to pay respects at his grave. He's still a little old man now. He hasn't changed at all. Then he pointed and said, go north. Do you see that mountain? There are 10 graves on that mountain. The old man lived at the foot of the mountain. He never went out except to visit the graves. I don't know if he's gone now. Song Nanshure's eyes immediately lit up. Thanks. Then he turned to the stunned crowd and said, let's go. What are you all standing there for? Yung Jifeng followed in a daze, utterly shocked. They know so much. Song Nansure laughed. To find out this kind of information, you can't ask anyone else as quickly as you can ask the ordinary people who have lived here for half their lives. Their roots are here. Some of them have never left the town in their entire lives. They know exactly who has a new baby or who stole whose chicken. Not to mention that strange old man, Master Sure. This is called the 6th section of Village Affairs. The group was amazed and followed the direction the old woman pointed out, and soon arrived at the mountain. Song Nansure first saw the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. It was called a small courtyard, but it was actually just 2 thatched houses enclosed by a fence, so simple that they looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. Song Nansure went in to take a look and found that there was no one inside, not even any trace of living there. The only evidence was a yellowed piece of paper money on the table, which proved that someone had indeed been there. But that old man wasn't one to go out much. If he wasn't at home at this time, could he be up in the mountains? She looked up and said, let's go up the mountain. The group exchanged glances and then followed him up the mountain. They didn't speak while climbing the mountain because Song Nansure looked rather unwell. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, they saw the 10 graves that Song Nansure had mentioned. Honestly, it was very shocking. The sight of 10 graves lined up in a row was enough to shock even a seasoned cultivator who had witnessed countless deaths. But Song Nanshure's expression turned even uglier. She glanced around and said, old Master Sure isn't here. Jiangji guessed, maybe he's in town now? I don't think that thatched house is very habitable anymore. He might be staying in town, and we just missed him. Song Nansure said directly, no, impossible. Unless he's about to die, he wouldn't deliberately run towards crowded places. Over the years, she has come to know old Master Sure all too well. He was an extremely reclusive person. He had lived on his own mountain for more than 10 years and rarely came down. However, his reclusivity was different from that of his junior sister. His junior sister's reclusivity was called social anxiety, while he simply disliked other people's noise and commotion. He would avoid going to crowded places if he could. Song Nansure was even certain that even if this thatched house collapsed, he would go into the mountains to live in a cave and become a wild man rather than go to the town. But he is neither in the thatched hut nor on the mountain. She wouldn't even consider the possibility that he was actually hunting or wandering around nearby, which is why they missed the point. Because the old man was very perceptive, if he were in this area, he would come out as soon as they appeared. But he didn't. With a grim expression, Song Nansure took out the fortune-telling chart, which showed the whereabouts of the old fortune-teller. The old man's cultivation was much higher than hers. When Song Nansure tried to calculate it, she found it difficult to move and felt a surge of suffocation in her chest. But she couldn't care less about all that. She calculated everything meticulously. Then she discovered that, just like yesterday, she was suddenly ejected from her calculations halfway through. Song Nansure felt a slight sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a side effect of forcibly calculating the cultivation level of someone much higher than hers. Song Nansure didn't care and casually wiped the corner of her mouth before continuing to calculate. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was too shocked to react by the mouthful of blood. Yoon Ji-Feng suddenly grabbed her wrist, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. Song Nansure. Song Nansure paused, then looked up. Her expression remained relatively calm. But he opened his mouth and said, "Yoon Ji-Feng, Master Sure has disappeared." He paused for a moment, then added, "Just like Jiang Yuan's two fellow disciples." Yesterday, she divined the fates of Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples, and the results were the same. The old master and his two fellow disciples experienced the same thing. But Song Nansure couldn't understand what could have happened that could cause Master Sure to disappear without a trace, despite his cultivation level being so low. Looking at Yoon Ji-Feng, who was still in a daze, she said directly, "I'll do another divination. I need to predict whether he'll live or die." Yoon Ji-Feng paused, then slowly released his grip. Song Nansure directly cast a divination. This time, she only felt tightness in her chest, but her overall condition improved significantly. The divination was complete. She coughed twice and breathed a sigh of relief, still alive. It wasn't until then that the others realized what was happening. Jiang Ji exclaimed in shock, "Elder Sure has disappeared." Zhu Xiu looked at Song Nansure with concern. "Junior sister, you." Song Nansure raised his hand. "I'm fine." In the dead silence, she looked around and said, "Let's go down the mountain." Yu Jiujiu said weakly, "Elder Sure is missing. Shouldn't we take another look around here?" Song Nansure shook his head directly. "We can't see anything here. If he disappeared here, with his strength, even if a powerful being who is about to ascend came to capture him, there would be a reason why there would be no trace here. I suspect that he and Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples left here because of something and disappeared somewhere." She took a deep breath and said, "There are very few people around here. Instead of trying to figure out where to find clues about Master Sure, we should go back and find Jiang Yuan's fellow disciples. Their disappearances are too similar. I suspect they disappeared together." But even as she said that, she still searched the place carefully, making sure there was nothing there except a clump of ashes that had been burned at some unknown time, before reluctantly heading down the mountain. No one dared to say a word the entire time, even though Song Nansure seemed very calm. As Song Nansure walked down the mountain, she strode quickly. Yoon Ji-Feng, watching her, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Song Nan paused. Yoon Ji-Feng said calmly, "If you're scared, don't force yourself to be." Song Nansure, "I'm not afraid. Now is not the time to be afraid. I need to find someone first." Yoon Ji-Feng sighed. "What are you still pretending for in front of me, in front of all of us?" Song Nansure remained silent. Her palms were ice cold and still trembling. He wanted to hold her hand tightly, but he didn't dare. He hesitated for a moment, then patted her on the shoulder. Then he noticed that Song Nansure, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly trembled and then slowly but tightly grasped his hand. It hurt a little, but Yoon Ji-Feng didn't move. A moment later, Yoon Ji-Feng heard Song Nansure's fierce voice. "Anyone who dares to touch old Master Sure, I'll have them all torn to pieces." It was fierce, yet it was trembling. This time, Yoon Ji-feng did not hesitate. He gently put his arm around her and patted her back lightly. Fine. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. I'll join you in cutting them into 1,000 pieces. He held her, his eyes cold, but his voice extremely gentle. An hour later, they returned to Jiang Yuan's courtyard. Jiang Yuan had already returned. He was about to say something when he saw them come back, but when he saw their expressions, he sensed something was wrong and hesitated before asking, "What's wrong with you?" Song Nansure calmly replied, "It's nothing. How's the investigation going?" Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "I do have a way to get into the sect leader's mansion, but it's a bit, not very respectable." Song Nansure said directly, "There's no such thing as decency or not, just say it. As long as we can get in, we won't refuse in the slightest." Jiang Yuan was immediately moved, feeling that they were truly dedicated. She had hesitated a bit before, but now she didn't dwell on it anymore and said directly, "The sect master's mansion is currently recruiting people who can keep the sect master's wife entertained. At the same time, the outer courtyard is short of a sweeper and a chamber pot cleaner. These are people who can enter the sect master's mansion now, so you can put your efforts into these areas. However, let me say this first, the sect master's wife is proficient in all the arts, and anyone who can keep her entertained must have unique skills. This is not easy to find. I suggest you focus your efforts on the sweeper and the chamber pot cleaner." Everyone. Song Nansure. Song Nansure couldn't remember old Mansure anymore. She felt that their friendship had ended there, and her mind was filled with thoughts of emptying chamber pots. She paused for a moment, then calmly said, "I've studied sound editing techniques, and I play the piano quite well." The others quickly followed suit. "Yoon Ji-feng, my painting skills are passable. Jiang Ji, my swordsmanship is unparalleled. Zhu Xiu, my chess skills are superb." Finally, Yu Jiujiu was left looking around in panic. I can break a boulder with my chest." Everyone. The moment the words "breaking a boulder on his chest" were uttered, the group fell silent. "It's not that it can't be done, it just doesn't seem quite right." Song Nansure looked at his delicate junior sister, and after a long while, said tactfully, "Junior sister, there's no need to be like this." Upon hearing this, the junior sister looked like she was about to cry. She sobbed, "Third senior sister, I know I can't do it, but this time I have to do it even if I can't." She glanced around at everyone and said bluntly, "It's fine to entertain the sect leader's wife, or even sweep the floor or do other menial tasks, but what if I'm chosen to empty the chamber pot?" The moment the words "pouring out night soil" were uttered, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were all sitting on pins and needles. The junior sister hit the nail on the head, exposing the possibility they were unwilling to consider. Yes, there are only 3 positions available. What if they get chosen to empty the chamber pots? They racked their brains and used all their best skills, displaying their unique talents, all just so they wouldn't have to empty the chamber pots. They exchanged a glance, and when they looked at each other again, they felt that these were no longer fellow disciples and friends, but rather competitors who might send them to shovel night soil. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Just then, Jiang Yuan reminded her, the sect master's wife has only been widowed for a year, and the young sect master is about to ascend the throne. The madam has been keeping a low profile lately, and at most she only seeks 1 or 2 people to relieve her boredom. There are only 1 person each for sweeping and cleaning, and 1 person for emptying chamber pots. Very few people can enter the sect master's mansion, but there are quite a few people who apply to enter. It can be said that the competition is very fierce. Instead of focusing on the popular positions, you might as well spread out and select a few people to compete for the sweeping and cleaning positions. Even if the sect master's wife's side is not selected, there will always be someone to enter the mansion, right? Her words immediately made the atmosphere even more tense. That's true. But who among them will empty the chamber pot? After a long silence, Song Nansure looked around and, ultimately unwilling to let his companions, who had come all this way together, turn against each other over a night-soiling incident, calmly suggested, "How about this? We sign up for all 3 positions, and whoever gets selected will have to rely on their own abilities, okay?" After a moment of thought, everyone looked at each other and agreed that the method was fair. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everyone became happy and harmonious again. In the harmonious atmosphere, everyone looked at each other, and for a moment they all had the same plan in mind. My skills are definitely no worse than hers. Even if it's time to empty the chamber pot, it won't be me who does it. This is what a group of people with an unusually high level of self-confidence think. Then they all started sharing their special skills. Jiangji, since I received the Sword Saint's inheritance, my swordsmanship has improved to a higher level. It wouldn't be impossible for me to modify it and use it for sword dance. Zhu Xiu, my chess skills are better than those of the sect leader, who is the best chess player in our sect. Yun Jifeng said reservedly, during the years when I was still a Quincy, I learned all 6 arts of a gentleman, and my painting skills were quite presentable. Song Nansure Versailles, I am ashamed. Compared to you, I am nothing. I was only praised for my talent when I was young and learning the zither from my senior master, who was a music master. They gathered at Versailles, and even Versailles' junior sister was almost in tears. They can do everything, but all I can do is break a big rock. For a moment, she felt as if she were only one step away from Yixiang. Seeing her crying so pitifully, Jiang Yuan couldn't bear it and was about to hand her his handkerchief to comfort her when he saw this delicate and weak young female cultivator, while sobbing, unconsciously break off a piece of the indestructible blue stone table that she had bought for several hundred spirit stones and casually crush it into powder. Then she continued to cry. Jiang Yuan. She silently put the handkerchief away. Looking at Song Nansure and the others chatting enthusiastically, and then at Yu Jiujiu, who was crying, she suddenly realized that it was really hard to say who would be chosen in the end. Jiang Yuan said quietly, "Then I'll go and register you. The sect leader's selection is tomorrow, so you should get ready first." Everyone readily agreed. Song Nansure thought a little more and reminded Jiang Yuan before he left, "We entered the city together, and many people saw us. When you registered us, you said that we were fellow disciples from a small sect in Zhongliu City. Because the sect in Zhongliu City was severely affected by the ferocious beast tide, we had no choice but to go outside to make a living. You and I are old acquaintances, so we brought our fellow disciples to seek refuge with you, and that's why you helped us find work." This was indeed much safer, and Jiang Yuan naturally nodded. After she left, Song Nansure thought for a moment and then said, "From now on, when we go out, we should suppress our cultivation by one major realm. Yun Jifeng should suppress his cultivation to the golden core stage." Everyone nodded in agreement. With everything arranged, Song Nansure calmed down considerably. When she thought of Master Shi again, her emotions weren't so intense anymore. At least she could analyze things calmly. She recalled her initial guess: old Master Shi hadn't been kidnapped. He appears unassuming, but his cultivation level is 2 points higher than that of the sect leader. He has few rivals in the cultivation world. Even if a powerful figure who is about to ascend comes to capture him, Master Shi will not surrender without a fight. Even if he is no match for him, he will leave a trace, unlike today where there is not a single clue. He left the thatched hut voluntarily. What could possibly make him leave the thatched hut? Back in the sect, it was common for him to stay on the mountain for entire years at a time, so getting him to come down voluntarily would be extremely difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Song Nanshe suddenly said, "Since old Master Shi's hometown is here, is it possible that he knows someone here?" Yoon Jifan reacted quickly and immediately said, "You mean, Senior Master might have met someone he knew before leaving the thatched hut, which is why he disappeared?" Song Nanshe, "That's possible. But there's still something Song Nanshe can't understand about this. If we're talking about people she knows, she's probably the one most familiar with Master Shi in the sect. But even if she asks him to come down the mountain, he'll ignore her 9 times out of 10. Not to mention anyone else, he won't even glance at ordinary acquaintances. How close must this person be to the old man, and how important must they be to him, for them to be able to bring him down the mountain so easily? But if there really is such an important person, why hasn't Song Nanshe heard of him?" Thinking about it this way, Song Nanshe felt that this guess was still questionable. She sighed and said, "Miss Jiang hasn't returned yet. Let's go out and take a look. Since we've accepted her mission, we should at least familiarize ourselves with this place." No one said a word. There was a little incident when we went out. They almost bumped into Jiang Hing, who was running excitedly towards them. Before anyone else could notice, Yoon Jifan, with his sharp eyes, pulled Song Nanshe over, narrowly avoiding the girl's gaze. Song Nanshe casually remarked, "This girl is quite persistent." Turning her head, she saw Yoon Jifan staring at her with a deep, unsettling gaze. "Song Nanshe, I feel inexplicably guilty. Just like that scumbag who cheated on his girlfriend and was caught by her respectable girlfriend." So, before he could finish speaking, he abruptly changed his words, saying, "Luckily you're keeping watch for me tonight, otherwise what would I do?" Yoon Jifan turned his gaze away expressionlessly. Song Nanshe coughed and said, "Let's go, it's time to go." Everyone was amazed by Song Nanshe's ability to be flexible and adaptable. This time, after suppressing their cultivation levels, they were less conspicuous when they walked on the street. When Song Nanshe went out onto the street, he went straight to Wangshitan, where the information was most readily available and the most information could be gleaned. However, after entering Wangshitan, Song Nanshe felt that the atmosphere inside seemed a bit off. There were quite a few cultivators in the Hall of 10,000 Things, but they gathered in twos and threes without any intention of accepting any missions. Instead, their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on the mission board. There stood 2 monks dressed in black robes and wearing masks. Their demeanor was cold and stern. Compared to ordinary cultivators, they were more like assassins. "ETC." Song Nanshe's gaze fell on the familiar dead or alive tokens on them. "Holy crap! This is a dead assassin. Ha! What kind of world is this? Assassins dare to show up so openly these days?" Song Nanshe thought the 2 assassins were dead and that they had come here on some mission. Not wanting to get involved, he led the group to leave when he saw the 2 motionless assassins attack at the same time. They quickly tore down 2 quests from the quest log and left in a flash. Song Nanshe was momentarily stunned, staring at their backs. Only after they left the Hall of 10,000 Things did the other cultivators inside let out disdainful hisses, seemingly accustomed to this scene and daring not to speak out against it. Song Nanshe sensed something was amiss. After exchanging glances with the others, he approached a group of cultivators who were engrossed in their lively conversation and casually asked, brother. If I'm not mistaken, these two should be assassins, right? Why would assassins come to the Wangshu Tang to accept missions? Someone glanced at her and said, "New here?" Song Nanshu said with a bitter face, "I'm from Zhongzhou City." "You know Zhongzhou City, right?" The news of what happened in Zhongzhou City in the past few days has spread throughout the cultivation world. The group immediately understood and looked at Song Nan and the others with a bit of sympathy. They said, "It's not easy to make a living in Zhongzhou City, but if you want to take on missions and make money, you shouldn't have come to Hightown. It's even harder to make a living here." He pointed to the door and complained bitterly, "See those two assassins. The dead assassins. Ever since dead assassins opened a branch here 2 years ago, those assassins have been coming to our Wangshu Tang to take on missions, making it harder and harder for us to take on missions." Song Nanshu asked in confusion, "Isn't this an assassin organization? Why are they accepting missions from Wangshu Tang?" The man scoffed, "Isn't it because you can't support yourself as an assassin? If you ask me, why would an assassin come to Hightown?" With everyone talking at once, Song Nanshu got the gist of it. Hightown is small, and it only has the Hehuan sect. There are no conflicts with other sects. The Hehuan sect is obsessed with dual cultivation, which has led the entire town, including other cultivators, to adopt a period of spiritual cultivation. There are very few conflicts in the town, and outsiders don't care about the Hehuan sect's practice of dual cultivation, so since the dead ones opened a branch here 2 years ago, they have basically not been able to get any missions. So the dead assassins, finding themselves unable to survive, set their sights on the ordinary missions of the odd jobs building. They were also very cunning, always bringing assassin tokens with them, as if they wanted to openly declare themselves assassins so that others wouldn't dare to compete with them for missions, and would dare to be angry but not speak out. The original poster of the sub forum turned a blind eye to this. Song Nanshu had never heard of assassins starving to death before. It was an eye-opener for him. As people chatted nearby, one of them said, "But I heard that their owner is very dissatisfied with this. He came to the branch building in person 2 months ago to make changes to it." Song Nanshu, "Master?" The man said, "So is the master of that me, the head of the assassins. That guy is elusive. He didn't even go to the Dead Me headquarters in Zhongzhou City when it was attacked, but he actually came to this small branch building this time. It seems he's really dissatisfied with those assassins." Song Nanshu understood. The assassin leader who changed the name of his organization from Midnight Death to Did You Die? For easier memorization, and then built it into a powerful force. Just as she was about to ask something else, she heard another person sneer, "Come on. He's dissatisfied, but I haven't seen him make a move. He's been soaking in the sect master's wife's gentle embrace for the past 2 months. Ha ha." He let out an ambiguous laugh, then winked at the others in an unspeakable way, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The smile on Song Nanshu's face faded. Seeing the others cheering, the man became even more enthusiastic, shouting, "A widow who just lost her husband a year ago, and that assassin leader keeps coming in, claiming to be an old acquaintance helping with her husband's funeral arrangements. But who knows what shady things they're doing. To be honest, it's not a big deal for the wife of the leader of the Joyful Union sect to be a bit promiscuous, but to have affairs with other people while claiming to deeply love her husband, I just can't stand it." Song Nanshu remained expressionless. She didn't know the sect leader's wife, but she felt disgusted to hear a strange man gossiping and boasting about other people's private affairs. Most of the cultivators in the Hehuan sect only accept tasks from their own sect, while many of the people in the Wangshu Hall are independent cultivators and traveling cultivators, who act without restraint. As Song Nansure listened to them constantly referring to her as a widow, her stomach churned, and she felt nauseous even breathing the same air as them. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Wangshutan, a boy clenched his fist and watched as he raised his foot to rush down. Those around him suddenly grabbed him and pleaded, "Young master, the madam said that you must not cause any more trouble before you ascend the throne. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. Please bear with it for now. Once you ascend the throne, their life or death will not be up to you." The boy gritted his teeth. "They insulted my mother." The man was sweating profusely. "Young sect master." The two were locked in a stalemate when a clear voice came from below, interrupting the man's incessant chatter. The woman's voice was indifferent. "Oh, you know so much about this. May I ask if you live outside the sect master's wife's window?" The two of them paused simultaneously and looked down. A female cultivator stood not far away with a group of people, arms crossed, coldly watching them. The man stopped abruptly, then said angrily, "Although I don't know the sect leader's wife, isn't it obvious what this is?" "Oh." The female cultivator's voice was playful. "You don't know him, and you've never seen him before, but you know everything about him. It seems you are an excellent diviner." The man finally realized that the female cultivator was deliberately trying to provoke him, and he became furious and embarrassed. "What did you say?" They were about to take action. A handsome young man casually blocked the attack, and the man fell to the ground. The female cultivator exclaimed in surprise, "Why can't I even stand up straight?" She chuckled, "So weak. I suggest you use the time you have next time to focus on your cultivation instead of talking big." With that, ignoring the cultivator's resentful gaze, she said to the young man, "Feng, let's go." The young man stumbled and looked at her helplessly. The group laughed. The two people on the first floor were completely stunned. After a long while, they had all disappeared. The boy finally came to his senses and immediately said to the person next to him, go look for them." The attendant hesitated, saying, "The lady said I must stay by the young sect leader's side at all times." The young sect leader said impatiently, "Then go back. Go find them when you get back." "Attendant, but Hightown is so big, I don't even know their names." The young sect leader grew even more impatient. "Didn't I already say that young master's name is Feng?" On the first day, the sect leader's mansion began recruiting. Song Nansure and his group went there with trepidation. They had prepared themselves mentally before going, but when they arrived and saw the sea of people in front of them, they felt their scalps tingle, as if the job of emptying chamber pots was one step closer to them. Even the application to acceptance ratio for popular civil service positions isn't this high, is it? But things had come to this point, and going back was impossible. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and move forward. The first test is to find someone who can entertain the people of the sect leader's mansion, but not just anyone can be tested. The job requires a cultivation level of at least foundation establishment. That wiped out more than half of them. The group exchanged glances, feeling fortunate, and then followed the steward into the outer courtyard to begin the first round of assessments. Everyone stood in a courtyard, and a screen was erected around a pavilion not far away. The steward said, "Our lady is right there. You all have to show your best skills. Whoever can catch the ladies, I will get this position." Everyone immediately perked up. Song Nansure also gained some confidence at this time. Although there were quite a few people who made it to the first round of interviews, they were all proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was said that the lady was also a person with refined interests. With this group of protagonists here, Song Nansure did not believe that he could not win over a lady. Only Yu Jiujiu felt hopeless about life and began to think about how to clean up night soil in a dignified way. With everyone having their own thoughts, the assessment began. They only needed to step forward one by one to perform a talent, and those who caught the lady's eye would be selected. When they were drawing lots to determine the order of drawing lots, Song Nansure saw what appeared to be a young boy walking in and watching from a distance. But she didn't pay any attention to it, treating him as just someone watching the show. After the draw, everyone was assigned a number and the activity began quickly. Song Nansure drew a pretty good performance number and was in a good mood, but who knew that the first person to appear would be carrying a zither? Song Nanshure's heart skipped a beat. She also played the zither, and she borrowed it from Jiang Yuan. But she quickly comforted herself. It's alright, the Hehuan sect isn't a big sect, and her senior uncle said it's a pity she doesn't practice the zither. Although she hasn't practiced in recent years, she figured that those with truly superb zither skills wouldn't. Clang! The first note of the piano rang out. Song Nansure froze. Then came a series of piano notes. Song Nansure seemed to see his future as someone who empties chamber pots. The enchanting sound of the zither filled his ears, yet Song Nanshure's vision kept going black. This. Song Nansure immediately went to check the man's identity. The registration clearly states that this is a professional audio engineer. Nascent Soul Stage. Song Nansure. If you're so capable, what are you doing here? Is finding a job this difficult now? Song Nansure remained silent for a moment, then squatted down with his junior sister, preparing to figure out how to dispose of the night soil together. Even so, when the song ended, only a figure could be seen waving from behind the screen. Seeing this, the steward's smile remained unchanged. I'm sorry, fairy, please come this way. This means they weren't chosen. This made the others realize that something was wrong. If she doesn't even like this, how picky must the sect leader's wife be? Then came the first one, and the third one. The first one was a painter, whose skill was so great that it was no exaggeration to call him a master painter. Yoon Jifin's expression changed drastically on the spot. The third one was a chess player who demonstrated how to solve a deadly game on the spot, leaving everyone dumbfounded. However, neither of them were chosen. Suddenly, two more people squatted down and pondered how to empty the chamber pot with Song Nansure. Only the eldest brother was grinning from ear to ear. Of course, Song Nansure was definitely not willing to empty the chamber pot. She decided to compete for the job. As each person harbored their own thoughts, one by one, those with exceptional skills were eliminated. Everyone became even more worried. This lady has such refined taste. Just then, Yu Jiujiu's number was called. Yu Jiujiu has resigned herself to her fate and decided to just go through the motions. She stepped forward and took a deep breath. She didn't dare say she wanted to break a boulder on her chest, fearing the sophisticated lady would kick her out. So she cautiously suggested, "Then shall I start with breaking 10 layers of bricks with my bare hands?" Everyone burst into laughter. However, a voice came from behind the screen. "What brick?" Its melodious song is like that of a nightingale. Yu Jiujiu subconsciously replied, "Jade brick." Jade bricks are no ordinary bricks. Although they contain jade, they are the kind of bricks commonly used in cultivators' training grounds, and they are very sturdy. There was a moment of silence inside. Then someone said, "Then give it a try." Song Nansure slowly opened his mouth wide, sensing something was wrong. The junior sister had already started splitting bricks on the spot. She chopped down 10 stacked jade bricks as easily as cutting tofu. The laughter of the crowd stopped abruptly. The person inside seemed startled, then asked, "Do you have any other special skills?" The junior sister asked, bewildered, "Does breaking a boulder on your chest count?" "Madam, then someone will need to help you break the stones, right?" Song Nansher had a flash of inspiration and immediately raised his hand. "I'm the partner for junior sister's chest-breaking boulder." Everyone turned to look at Song Nansher. The person inside glanced at them and then said, "Then we don't need to continue. I'll take this girl and her senior sister." Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief and hugged his junior sister, giving her a kiss. "Ha ha, she doesn't need to empty the chamber pot anymore." The voice inside continued, "We're short of a handyman here. Is anyone willing? I'm tired too. If we can find someone here, let's just pick them directly. There's no need for another round of selection." Everyone was there to compete for the job by the ladies' side, so some were unwilling. The senior sister was not unwilling at all. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately said, "I'll do it. My swordsmanship is superb, so using a broom is no problem for me." The lady casually replied, "Then you can have it." Yoon Jifeng and Jiang Ji were a step too late. Looking at the three happy girls, they suddenly felt something was wrong. At the same time, the steward said, "Oh, right, there's also someone to empty the chamber pot." Before he could finish speaking, the rest of the people had all left. Not a single one was left. Oh, only Yoon Jifeng and Jiang Ji remain. The manager glanced at them and chuckled, "Are you two going to compete to dump the night soil? If you don't want to, I'll find someone from the people who have signed up outside." Song Nansher frantically winked at them. "Let them all get in." They exchanged a grave glance, each one looking as if facing a formidable enemy. Now the problem arises. Who will ultimately get the good job of emptying the chamber pot? There was a silence of about 2 seconds. Then Yoon Jifeng was the first to launch an attack. He adopted the most sincere attitude of his life and said earnestly, "Brother Jiang is the eldest brother. It is not easy for you to support a group of junior sisters. You have to take care of their food, clothing, and accommodation along the way. It is already difficult for me to be protected by you all while I am all alone. How can I take away Brother Zhang's job opportunity? Therefore, this job of emptying the chamber pot is only suitable for Brother Jiang." He was handsome, sincere, and earnest, and his words moved everyone present. Of course, most importantly, he is really good-looking, which makes his lies seem very convincing. The crowd's expressions immediately wavered. Except for Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji never expected that Yoon Jifeng, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray him like this. For a moment, his face was filled with shock as if he had been betrayed. Song Nansher couldn't bear to watch. At this moment, Old Man Lu couldn't care less about watching the commotion. He thought that if it was Jiang Ji, that silly boy, who went to empty the chamber pot, wouldn't he have to go with him? So he immediately became anxious. He roared, "Aren't you going to talk? If you don't talk, you're really going to go empty the chamber pot." Jiang Ji snapped back to reality. He certainly didn't want to empty the chamber pot. Under Yi Xiang's encouragement, Jiang Ji's brain worked at lightning speed, and he performed beyond his usual level, delivering a phenomenal acting performance. His expression was even more sincere than Yoon Jifeng's, his voice even more earnest, and he said with great emotion, "Brother Yoon, please don't be so polite with me. My fellow disciples and I support and help each other. Even if I, as the senior brother, am not up to par and have to rely on my junior sisters for a while, we can still get by. But Brother Yoon, you recently lost your family. I would have to be heartless to steal your job." The words family destroyed and people killed stunned everyone present. Not to mention the members of the sect leader's mansion, who were unaware of the situation. Even Song Nansha and his group were dumbfounded. But upon closer reflection, the Yoon family was indeed destroyed and its members perished. Ah, this. Yoon Ji-fan himself was also shocked, but having been a cleansy for so many years, he calmly put away his expression and quickly organized his words to retort. He sighed and said, Brother Jiang, is it easy for you to raise several junior sisters all by yourself? They finally grew up and then this unexpected disaster happened. Brother Jiang needs to work more than I do. Jiang Ji also sighed. No. Brother Yoon used to be from a wealthy family, but has fallen to this state. Brother Yoon needs this job more than I do. The two people were playing the victim for each other, trying to portray the other as the most miserable person in history. Song Nansha almost thought they were all pitiful people with tragic backgrounds. By the end, the lady behind the screen could hardly sit still. She beckoned the steward over and couldn't help but ask, what are the origins of these people? Their experiences are far too tragic. The steward remembered clearly and said directly, they all came from Zonglyo City. Didn't Zonglyo City just suffer from the ferocious beast calamity? These are the victims. Those female cultivators and that Jiang surname cultivator were from the same sect. Their sect was wiped out in the ferocious beast tide, so they came out to make a living. The prettiest one is not from the same sect as them, but it seems to be a friend. It seems that her family was destroyed, so she came out together. The lady listened in silence for a long time, then sighed softly. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, the unpredictability of life, they are all pitiful. The manager sighed. Who can argue with that? But even at this point, they still think of each other. They are truly loyal and compassionate. Upon hearing this, the lady seemed dazed for a moment, then whispered, yes, she is loyal and righteous. The lady seemed to be touched by these words. After a long silence, she finally spoke. All right, you don't need to be so modest anymore. As soon as she opened her mouth, the two people who were talking at the height of their argument stopped one after the other, but they were still staring intently at each other. A sincere person. A sincere one. To outsiders, this is a story of someone who, even in dire straits, still remembers to give the other person a chance to live. Is incredibly touching. But Song Nansha only saw the growing tension between the two. She suddenly thought, surely the reason they fought to the death in the original story wasn't because of this pot of night-blooming jasmine today. Song Nansha. At this moment, the lady had already signaled for someone to move the screen away. Everyone instinctively looked over. During the Southern Song dynasty, he saw a woman who could almost be described as stunningly beautiful. She was momentarily stunned. Just as she was lost in thought, the radiant beauty spoke. She said slowly, I haven't seen such kind and compassionate people like you in a long time. Yoon Ji-fan and Jiang Ji exchanged a glance, then said without changing their expressions, Madam is too kind. After saying that, he glared at the other person, the tension between them palpable. The lady raised her hand and said, I understand your intentions, but my original intention was only to recruit one person. As soon as she said that, everyone knew that she was going to choose the people herself. Yoon Ji-fan and the other man looked tense. Then the lady said, but you are both so willing to risk your lives for each other. How can I not do that for you? The two of them suddenly looked up and realized something was wrong. Their expressions changed drastically. The lady continued, our family isn't short of food, so in that case, both of you. Having said that, Yoon Ji-fan almost knew what she was going to say next. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but feel utterly hopeless at the thought of having to shovel toilets with Jiang Ji in the future. Jiangji thought so too. However, the situation took an unexpected turn in the next moment. Mother! A young boy's voice rang out in the courtyard, interrupting the lady before she could finish speaking. Everyone instinctively looked over and saw a richly dressed young man slowly walking into the courtyard. The lady's voice stopped abruptly. She turned her head and saw him, frowning instantly. Fool? What are you doing here? Upon hearing the words fool, Song Nansha immediately thought of the news he had heard yesterday. The junior sect leader of the Hehuan sect, who has not yet ascended to the throne, is named Jun Fushui. She glanced at the young sect leader without making a sound, but noticed that when the young sect leader's gaze swept over her and Yun Jifeng, it lingered for a little longer before he looked away. Song Nansha couldn't help but feel puzzled. Do they know this young sect leader? Outgoing and friendly. At this moment, the naturally outgoing young sect leader had already looked at his mother. He said without changing his expression, "Your son has something to ask of his mother." The lady's expression softened. What is it? The young sect leader glanced at Yun Jifeng and said, I originally wanted to take this opportunity to choose a sparring partner. Mother knows that I have had very few opportunities for actual combat over the years. It would be really inappropriate to continue like this after becoming the sect leader. The lady's expression turned serious, and she couldn't help but say, those old bastards. Considering that there were outsiders present, she stopped halfway through her sentence, took a deep breath, and said, Then mother will choose a suitable one for you. The young sect leader replied, No need for that. I've already set my sights on one today. The lady paused for a moment. Oh, who is it? The young sect leader then turned to look at Yun Jifeng. Yun Jifeng. Jiangji. The young sect leader said, I've heard what these two brothers said, and they are truly loyal and righteous. Since that's the case, why don't I do them a favor? I see that this brother Yang's cultivation is also quite good, so he can be my sparring partner for now. Then brother Jiang can take on the job of emptying the chamber pot. In this way, you both have work, and there's no need to give way. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? The young sect leader's voice was deafening. A smile appeared on Yun Jifeng's lips. Jiangji's expression changed drastically. The young sect leader then earnestly asked, Mother, what do you think? The lady looked at him for a moment, and finally sighed, My son is kind-hearted. Since you have already made up your mind, let's do it your way. The young sect leader, being young, let out a small cheer and looked at Yun Jifeng and the others with a smug expression. He said with great enthusiasm, Now you can all stay, brother Yun, brother Jiang, aren't you happy? Yun Jifeng's expression was unusually gentle, happy. Amidst old man Lu's impotent rage and furious shouts of I don't want to empty the chamber pot, Jiangji managed a smile that was almost a cry. Happy. 15 minutes later, the few people who had successfully started their jobs were politely seen out the side door by the manager. The steward thoughtfully said, Your situation is special, so madam has allowed you to come back to work this afternoon after you have settled in. Song Nansha immediately said, Madam is kind. The manager smiled and said, There's one more thing. I don't know if you found out before you came, but I have to explain it to you clearly. Song Nansha, please speak, sir. The steward said, Outsiders are not allowed to enter the sect master's mansion easily. People who are not from the sect master's mansion or the Hehuan sect are not allowed to stay overnight. So you work in the sect master's mansion during the day, but you are not allowed to stay overnight after nightfall. Do you understand? Are you not allowed to live in the sect leader's residence? The group exchanged glances. They went to great lengths to enter the sect leader's mansion in order to investigate the disappearance of the two fellow disciples. During the day, there were too many people around, and everyone had their own tasks, making it difficult to take action. They were waiting to investigate after nightfall. If they won't let us stay at the sect leader's residence, that would be troublesome. Song Nansure pondered for a moment, then looked up and saw the steward staring at them with sharp eyes, which startled Song Nansure. The manager asked, "Do you have any objections?" Song Nansure remained calm and said, "Yes." The manager narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is there something you're unhappy about?" Song Nansure remained expressionless. "If room and board are not included, how much is the daily allowance for meals and accommodation?" "Manager," he said expressionlessly, "you can eat with the other people in the manor. Your housing allowance is 20 spirit stones per month." Song Nansure smiled and said, "Then I have no objection." Without saying a word, the manager turned and left. Song Nansure watched his back and narrowed his eyes. With the young patriarch about to ascend the throne, some caution is understandable, but to be this cautious is beyond the normal range. She pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the others. Just as she was about to say that she should go back first, she saw Jiangji staring blankly at Yun Jifeng. Song Nansure was startled, almost thinking that the war between Long Aotian and the villain in the original novel was about to begin because of the night-blooming jasmine. She immediately became alert and almost figured out how to break up the fight. But Yun Jifeng, one of the parties involved, smiled slightly, showing no sign of panic. He said casually, "It's just emptying the chamber pot. Brother Jiang can treat it as a test for himself." Jiangji was about to retort when Yun Jifeng said calmly, "Just as Brother Jiang said, fortunes change every 30 years. So don't underestimate a young man's potential." "Jiangji." He swallowed back all his anger. Even Song Nansure was amazed. "You really have Long Aotian completely under your control." The group walked back with complicated expressions. Halfway there, they saw Jiangji suddenly stop and stare intently at a car dumping night soil by the roadside. Song Nansure thought he was feeling sentimental because of the scenery, so she asked rather cautiously, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" "Jiangji, as the saying goes, there is no end to learning. The facts cannot be changed. I need to learn how to empty chamber pots. Even if it's just emptying chamber pots, I want to be the best at it." Song Nansure. She stared at Jiangji in shock. Is this the self-cultivation of Long Aotian? Has the world of protagonists really gotten this messed up? Meanwhile, the steward hurried back to report. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his young master say with dissatisfaction, "Mother, the saying goes, trust those you employ. If you doubt them, why don't you just not employ them at all, instead of testing them like this?" The lady said patiently, "Fool, this is not called suspicion, it's just the necessary vigilance. You always think too highly of people, you'll suffer a great loss." The young sect leader retorted, "They're not bad people. Do you think I'm stupid?" "Madam, oh, how do you know they're not bad people? Have you met them?" The young sect leader was about to speak when he suddenly paused, muttering, "Anyway, I just know." The lady didn't speak, but looked outside and said, "Come in." The steward walked in with a normal expression. The lady then asked, "Did you test me as I instructed?" Manager, "Yes." "Madam, how did they react? Were they unwilling and insisted on entering the mansion, or did they agree immediately?" Manager, "Neither." The lady raised her eyes. "What did they say?" The manager thought about it for a while, but it was still a complicated matter. He said, "They asked me for housing subsidies." So the lady also said. The young sect leader, however, became happy. You see, if they really had ulterior motives, why would they think of housing subsidies? They only came here because they were so poor they couldn't survive. Otherwise, how could a cultivator be reduced to emptying chamber pots? The lady rubbed her forehead. Looks like I was overthinking it. Anyway, are you satisfied now? If you are, go back. I bet you haven't even started today's homework yet. Upon hearing this, the young sect leader felt a pang of guilt and obediently prepared to leave. As he was leaving, a maidservant hurried in and whispered, "Madam, the master is already waiting." The young sect leader paused in his steps. Gentlemen. Within the sect leader's mansion, only the dead assassin chief is addressed as Sir. His mother was going to see him again. He hesitated for a moment, thinking of the rumors outside, and finally said, "Mother, can you not go see him? What kind of good person can a killer leader be?" Upon hearing this, the mother, who had been so gentle just moments before, suddenly became stern and said, "Fool! I don't care what you've heard from outside, you must not say such things again." Seeing his mother's stern expression, the young sect leader angrily turned and left. The lady watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. After Song Nansher and his group returned, they accompanied Jiang Ji to study the night fragrant carriage, chasing after it, which almost made people think they were perverts. Song Nansher didn't want to be a pervert either. However, Jiang Ji kept saying we'll share the good times and the bad, which dragged them all into it. Song Nansher and the others knew they were in the wrong, so they could only follow along guiltily. They continued their research until the afternoon, when it was time for them to report to the patriarch's residence. Jiang Ji then confidently said, "I think I've gained some insight." Song Nansher. She wasn't really interested in what he had learned from emptying the chamber pot. She had never been so eager to get to work, running so fast that when the supervisor saw them, he couldn't help but say with satisfaction, "You are all very proactive. There aren't many people as hardworking as you these days." Then Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief after assigning them tasks directly to them. Everyone else was led away by their respective people, while Song Nansher and his junior sister were taken away directly by the steward. Then they led us to a building. The steward then said, "Madam is currently receiving guests inside. Your task is to entertain her whenever she thinks of you, so just wait here. You can go in whenever Madam thinks of you." It's basically paying someone to slack off. Song Nansher understood. And then they waited for an hour. Finally, a maid announced, "Madam invites you in." Song Nansher then exchanged a glance with his junior sister. She took her junior sister's hand, whose face was full of tension, and went inside. As soon as they stepped into the warm and fragrant painted building, they heard the lady's voice, as if she were talking to someone else. "The master said that I should not keep things bottled up and that it would be best to find someone to relieve my boredom. Today I have found a suitable person, so I will let the master meet him." The voice was relaxed and cheerful, completely different from the languid female voice that Song Nansher had heard that morning. Song Nansher subconsciously looked up and saw a young man in a long robe with wide sleeves sitting opposite the lady through the beaded curtain, with a lazy smile on his face. When Song Nansher looked over, he turned his head and his gaze fell on Song Nansher. Song Nansher quickly lowered his head. Then she heard him say, "Let's take a look." Song Nansher and his companion were quickly ushered in. The lady laughed and said, "This is the leader who is dead. Whatever he wants you to perform, you should perform for him." Song Nansher understood. This is the assassin boss who had an affair with the lady. He doesn't seem like an assassin at all. he looks more like a gigolo. Song Nansure remained expressionless. Yes, madam. The lady then said, don't call me madam. My name is Peony, and everyone calls me Madam Peony. You can call me that too. Song Nansure readily accepted good advice, Lady Peony. After they finished speaking, the assassin leader asked with interest, what are your specialties? Song Nansure, reporting to the chief. Before she could finish speaking, the assassin leader said, my name contains the character Shen, so you can call me Mr. Shen. Song Nansure, Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen said lazily, then tell me what you're good at. He casually picked up his glass and drank. Song Nansure wondered if she should wait until he swallowed his food before saying anything. Then, without changing her expression, she said, we're good at breaking rocks on our chests. Pop! The aloof and elegant Mr. Shen spat out a mouthful of wine. With remarkable foresight, Song Nansure pulled his junior sister back 2 steps silently. On the other side, when Yung Jifeng was led to the young sect leader's study, he saw the young sect leader waiting for him with great excitement. Yung Jifeng paused, then said calmly, young sect master. The young sect leader immediately said, don't call me young sect leader anymore. My surname is Jun. We are destined to meet. Just call me Brother Jun, and I'll call you Brother Yun, okay? Yung Jifeng. Where did this overly familiar attitude come from? His expression remained unchanged. This is probably against the rules. He thought the young sect leader would continue to argue and cause trouble, but to his surprise, although he was disappointed, he seemed used to being rejected and did not persist. He conceded a step and said, how about this? You call me Junior Sect Master, and I'll call you by your name. Yung Jifeng, name? The young sect leader knows my name. He wasn't required to leave his name when registering, so he only left his surname. Could it be that this young sect leader has actually seen them somewhere before? Yung Jifeng couldn't help but start speculating about conspiracy theories. Then the young sect leader said, I know. He said, wind. Yung Jifeng. He suddenly thought that emptying chamber pots and pans might not be so bad. Yung Jifeng's head was buzzing from being called Feng. But who is he? He was once a prodigy, and he remained unfazed even when Mount Tai collapsed. After a long silence, he calmly pulled his mind back from the wind to the conspiracy theory channel and asked, how do you know my name is Wind? He was quite certain that they had registered using their surnames, and that no one except Song Nansure had ever called him Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, the young sect leader, who was about to succeed to the throne, looked around and, like a thief, pulled Yung Jifeng aside. The ignored follower. He could only pretend not to see his master's furtive actions. Yung Jifeng. He seemed to understand why the elders of the Hehuan sect had delayed for a year before agreeing to let this young sect leader succeed to the throne. At this moment, the young sect leader whispered a coded reminder. Yesterday, at the Wang Lu, do you remember? After she finished speaking, she looked at him earnestly. Yung Jifeng frowned as he recalled the events. Yesterday's Yorazuya. They tried to gather information but didn't get anything useful. Instead, they heard a cultivator slandering the sect leader's wife, and so on. Was the young sect leader also there at that time? Yung Jifeng watched the young sect leader without showing any emotion. The young sect leader immediately asked, Feng, do you remember? Yung Jifeng. He said expressionlessly, I remember now, but little sect leader, you should not call me Feng anymore. The young sect leader asked in confusion, huh? Why? Yesterday at the Wang Lu, didn't your companion call you Feng? Yesterday, only Song Nansure called him Feng. Young Ji-fan couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, he remained calm and said, "My real name is Young Fan. You can call me by my full name." The young sect leader got stuck on one point. Then why can't we call her Feng? I think that name is great, and it even sounds intimate. Young Ji-fan was silent for a moment, then calmly said, "Because she's the only one who calls me that." Apart from the playful Feng that Song Nansha used to address him, no one else called him that. The young sect leader immediately perked up. He gasped, lowering his voice, "She's alone. Is it that girl surnamed Song?" After being tormented by his second senior sister, Young Ji-fan knew at a glance what the young sect leader was thinking. But after a moment of silence, he still forced himself to say, "It's her." The young sect leader perked up even more upon hearing this, and immediately got to the point. "So what is your relationship with her?" Young Ji-fan. He never expected that his undercover work would lead to a connection between his personal nickname and his love life. He took a deep breath and forced himself to say vaguely, "After the beast died in Vonno City, I was all alone. Fortunately, Miss Song and the others took me in. We traveled together, and Miss Song and the others took good care of me. So we are naturally sworn brothers." This answer was very official, and Young Ji-fan felt that no one could find fault with it. But little did he know that the young sect leader had his own interpretation. The young lady Song had a large group of fellow disciples, while Feng was all alone. Not only did he receive their care, but he also had a special nickname for the young lady Song. The young sect leader understood. "I get it." Before Young Ji-fan could ask him what he understood, the young sect leader said decisively, "This is what a living son-in-law is. Right?" Young Ji-fan. He stared blankly at the young sect leader, and suddenly realized that emptying the chamber pot was still the most practical solution. He didn't speak, so the young sect leader continued, "I understand. I've read about it in books. Your situation falls under the category of a living son-in-law, but all the living sons-in-law are full of bitterness and resentment. I don't like that. You're very good. You've been taken care of and become a living son-in-law, yet you haven't forgotten the kindness." He talked on and on, while Young Ji-fan remained expressionless, making the legs of the attendant beside him tremble. To avoid his master getting beaten up on his own turf for his low emotional intelligence, he could only bite the bullet and interrupt, Young Master Young has been here for so long. Why don't you invite him for a cup of tea?" The young sect leader was puzzled. It hasn't been that long. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his attendant frantically giving him meaningful glances, as if his eyes were twitching. The young sect leader paused, then suddenly realized. He whispered, "Should I not have said it outright, Feng?" The attendant closed his eyes in despair. Young Ji-fan smiled. "You can say it directly, but don't call me Feng anymore." The young sect leader realized he had done something wrong and was much easier to talk to at that moment. He said, "Okay, Fan." Young Ji-fan. Why did he initially dislike emptying chamber pots? On the other side, Song Nansha was picking stones. Mrs. Peony and Mr. Shen sat to the side, watching them choose with silence and awe. After picking and choosing, Song Nansha pointed to a flat and smooth stone and asked his junior sister, "How about this one?" The junior sister glanced at it and hesitated before saying, "It's a bit small." Song Nansha nodded, his sharp eyes sweeping over a rock twice the size of the previous one, then twice the size of the previous one, and pointed directly to a rock 3 times the size of the previous one, saying, "What about this one?" The junior sister was overjoyed and momentarily forgot her fear of facing strangers, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yes, yes." Lady Peony was stunned. Mr. Xiong remained silent for a moment, then said with awe, "The cultivation world truly is full of talented people." Just as Song Nanshe was about to step forward and hug the stone, Madame Peony, fearing that they might cause a fatality, reminded him, "This is no ordinary stone, don't force yourself." Song Nanshe then asked his junior sister, "Are you forcing yourself?" The junior sister, whose strength had recently increased, was bewildered. "Huh? Is this considered barely enough?" The rabbit she was holding silently snuggled closer to her arm. Song Nanshe glanced at it and said, "Then, madam, shall we begin?" Lady Peony, in a daze, said, "Okay, okay." Song Nanshe picked up the rabbit from his junior sister's arms and threw it aside. His junior sister then lay down on the prepared long stone. She patted her thin chest. "Come on." Without saying a word, Song Nanshe picked up a stone and pressed it against his junior sister's chest. No, it wasn't just pressing on her chest anymore. The rock was so big it almost completely covered her. Upon seeing this, Madame Peony suddenly stood up, fearing that the two young girls might overdo it and crush someone to death. Then, from under the rock, the junior sister said in a strong voice, "Senior sister, you may begin." Song Nanshe, "All right." She took out a huge hammer from her storage ring and walked over. Lady Peony couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Prince Qishuan of the demon race hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Although he knew that the big rock might not be a big deal to Yu Jiujiu, he didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. So Song Nanshe saw the black rabbit jumping around anxiously. She glanced at it only once, didn't think much of it, and casually asked her junior sister, "Are you ready?" With her vision obstructed and unable to see strangers, the junior sister became even more energetic and said, "All right, all right." Song Nanshe, "All right, then I'll begin." She raised her hand and swung the hammer. For a moment, Lady Peony was so shocked that she almost retreated out of the window. Mr. Xiong couldn't help but put down his teacup in respect. The black rabbit's eyes widened in surprise. Song Nanshe swung down. The demon prince's mind went completely blank for a moment. He instinctively lunged forward. Then plop! The demon prince was swept away by Song Nanshe's hammer wind and slammed against the wall with a smack. She rolled her eyes and fainted. At the same time, the large iron hammer fell with a crash, and the stone shattered. The earth shook violently. It was breathtaking. Amidst this shock, her junior sister didn't even change her voice, and asked in confusion, "Senior sister, why do I hear my rabbit squealing?" Song Nanshe was used to it, and only glanced at the frail demon prince with disdain. "It's nothing, he just fainted." Upon hearing this, the junior sister couldn't stay still any longer. She rolled over like a carp and sat up energetically, shaking off the stones on her body. She bounced around to brush off the dust and then ran off to check on her rabbit. Song Nanshe remained expressionless, but the other two were completely taken aback that the girl seemed unaffected after being swung at like that, and they were shocked on the spot. Mr. Xiong even lost his composure and picked up a stone that had been splashed here, squeezing it to try and verify if it was fake. "Then I hurt my hand." He paused for a moment, then calmly put the stone down. Lady Peony couldn't help but clap, but after clapping twice, she realized she had overstepped her bounds, so she quickly put the claps down and sat up properly. When Yu Jiujiu returned carrying the half-dead rabbit, the two of them stood in front of her, and she said, "Very good, you two are quite capable." Song Nanshe smiled and said, "Madame Peony is too kind. It seems they will be able to stay." But before she could let go of her anger, Madame Peony asked again, "I saw yesterday that you were introduced by that girl Jiang Yuan. Do you still know Jiang Yuan? Song Nanshu remained calm. Yes, we've met a few times. Madame Peony seemed curious. I've met that girl a few times. With such a dislike for trouble, why is she willing to help? Song Nanshu looked somewhat embarrassed and said in a low voice, Well, the person who met Miss Jiang back then was my senior brother. Lady Peony immediately understood. The girl's senior brother is quite good-looking. I see. She thought for a moment and then asked, It seems that Jiang Yuan has been busy with the matter of her two missing fellow disciples lately. How is she doing? Song Nanshu looked blank for a moment. Huh? Miss Jiang and her fellow disciples have gone missing. She didn't tell us. I've seen her going out every day these past few days, saying she's found a young master she likes. As she spoke, she silently apologized to Miss Jiang Yuan several times in her heart. Upon hearing this, Lady Peony chuckled and said, This girl. Her expression softened a bit, and looking at them, she said, I see that your senior brothers and sisters all carry swords. Is your sect a sword-wielding sect? This Miss Yu looks more like a physical cultivator. Song Nanshu remained calm, but realized that this was probably another test. Small sects that can be easily defeated by a beast type usually only teach one thing. Those who learn swordsmanship only learn swordsmanship. It's clearly illogical for a body cultivator to be able to break a boulder with his chest. Song Nanshu smiled and said, Junior sister, of course she studies swordsmanship, but she may also have some talent in physical cultivation. She's already like this without much training. After recovering from her shock, Madame Peony became more composed and said, resting her chin on her hand, Oh, then, Miss Yu, could you perform a sword dance for me? There aren't many sword cultivators here, and I haven't seen anyone perform a sword dance in a long time. Yu Jiujiu glanced at Song Nanshu first. Song Nanshu nodded to her. Yu Jiujiu then took out her sword from her storage ring and performed a short dance on the spot. Although she has gone astray now, she has genuinely studied swordsmanship for over a decade. She was also meticulous and did not use any sword techniques characteristic of the Boundless sect. Instead, she used a sword technique that was widely circulated and common in the cultivation world. It is almost equivalent to the introductory swordsmanship of a sword cultivator. However, it's normal that their character is from an ordinary, small sect, and they don't have any outstanding swordsmanship. After Yu Jiujiu finished speaking, Madame Peony seemed to have dispelled her doubts and praised, Your talent for physical cultivation is so good, it's a waste to learn swordsmanship. Song Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had gotten away with it, but who knew that the next moment, Madame Peony would look at Song Nanshu again. She said, You're the senior sister, your swordsmanship must be better, right? Could you spar with me for a bit? Song Nan paused. The junior sister was also startled and subconsciously looked at Song Nanshu, her expression filled with worry. Everyone in the Wuyang sect knows that Song Nanshu's master is the sword master of the unreturning sword sect, but Song Nanshu has no talent in swordsmanship. She had learned alchemy, talisman drawing, weapon crafting, healing, and even playing the zither. She could learn a thing or two about everything, but swordsmanship was the only skill she had mastered. She spent 4 years learning it but never even finished the introductory course. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Lady Peony's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing this, but she still spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Oh, is there some difficulty? Song Nanshu looked up at her and said slowly, There are some difficulties. Lady Peony, what's the difficulty? Song Nanshu directly pulled out his sword, which he hadn't used in 800 years, from his storage ring and said succinctly, You'll understand when you see it, madam. She glanced at her junior sister. The junior sister reacted quickly and raised her sword to attack Song Nanshe. Song Nanshe's swordsmanship was not good, but her memory was not bad. Her memories of learning swordsmanship when she was a child were brought up. She subconsciously raised her sword to block. After a few rounds of attack and defense, she actually managed to exchange a few moves with her junior sister in a pretty decent manner. Then, his junior sister quickly knocked the sword out of his hand with a single strike. When Song Nanshe lost his sword, he turned around and slowly said to Madame P09, "You see, this is how it is." Although her skills were lacking, her sword techniques and the variations she displayed in combat were those expected of a swordsman, not something an amateur could easily fake. Lady P09, watching, gradually calmed her doubts and said, "So, what you meant by being in a difficult position is actually your swordsmanship." He paused, then said tactfully, "Not quite proficient." Song Nanshe sighed dramatically and said sadly, "I'm not talented enough. After studying for so many years, this is all I can do." This time, Madame P09 truly believed it and couldn't help but say, "Miss Song may simply not be talented in swordsmanship." Song Nanshe sighed again, "But since I have already become a disciple, it is not appropriate for me to seek another master. I can only accept my fate." However, something about these words seemed to provoke Madame P09. Her brows furrowed, and she said directly, "Accept your fate? Miss Song hasn't even tried, and you're already accepting your fate. You..." "Madame P09, Mr. Shen said slowly, interrupting her increasingly agitated voice. Lady P09 paused, a hint of regret flashing across her brow. She had lost interest in watching them break the border on their chests any longer, and waved her hand listlessly, saying, "That's enough for today. You can all go back now." As soon as he finished speaking, the steward appeared out of nowhere and led them out. Song Nanshe and his group came to gather information. They certainly didn't want to leave so soon. But this Lady P09's vigilance and suspicion of outsiders were almost extreme, and she showed no intention of letting them stay here for even a moment longer. Song Nanshe remained silent and obediently followed the steward out. Once out of their sight, seeing that the steward intended to lead them directly out, she said, "Wait, shall we just leave now?" The steward remained calm. "Oh, what do you two fairies wish to do by staying?" Song Nanshe replied matter-of-factly, "Of course we're staying for dinner." The manager was stunned. "Huh?" Song Nanshe's expression immediately became wary. He said, "You said you would provide meals and housing allowance. Are you now going to back out and stop providing meals? No way. If you stop providing meals, we need to discuss the meal allowance." Manager, where did this poor wretch come from? It's a wonder he's so wary. All this fuss over a meal. He took a deep breath and explained, "What I meant by providing meals was that if Madam keeps you here for too long, it's not appropriate for you to go out for meals anymore, lest Madam can't find you." "I didn't mean..." Song Nanshe interrupted him. "Just tell me if we can eat or not." Manager, let it be. Song Nanshe, that solves it. She also said to her junior sister, "Junior sister, we'll have breakfast here from now on, okay?" Junior sister, "Okay, okay." The steward had completely given up on dealing with them, so he found a servant and said, "Take the two of them to eat," and then sent them out. The servant obeyed and led them directly to the main kitchen. Song Nanshe didn't say much along the way, only glancing at the time. There was still about an hour before the proper dinner time. The large kitchen here serves the servants and guards, and it's like a big canteen. Inside is the kitchen, and outside are rows of tables and chairs. Seeing that they were well behaved, the servant led them to choose tables and chairs. Seeing that there weren't many people in the canteen, he said, "Wait a moment. It's not dinner time yet, and the chefs haven't started cooking. I'll have them prepare your food first." After saying thank you to the servant who had left, Song Nansure immediately transmitted his voice. "Junior sister, how is your appetite?" "Junior sister, is it all right?" Song Nansure said directly, "All right. Our task today is to eat here until the dinner rush." It's obvious they don't intend to let Song Nansure and his group contact anyone else. But what others say is none of their business. Song Nansure was determined to find a way out through hard work. Upon hearing this, the junior sister instinctively clutched her stomach and burped. There is still 1 hour before dinner. And so, the servants and chefs witnessed a scene they would never forget. When the food was served, the two delicate-looking girls began to eat elegantly and slowly. Eat, eat, eat. They ate a bowl of white rice and thought it was normal. When they finished 2 bowls of white rice, they thought the 2 girls had good appetites. When they drank another bowl of soup, they began to realize something was wrong. Then they ordered another roast chicken. The servants' eyes widened in disbelief. The chefs were dumbfounded. An hour later, it was time for dinner. As people gradually arrived at the canteen, the first thing they saw was a table piled high with empty bowls, and 2 girls eating intently under the bowls. Everyone was shocked. "This is..." Song Nansure looked up and said, "Bring me 2 more dishes." The servant's eyes were filled with awe, and without saying a word, he instinctively went to serve the dishes. Upon seeing this, the chef immediately began cooking. After they left, several people dressed in the robes of the Hawan sect immediately surrounded them. "Did you eat all of this?" Song Nansure remained expressionless. "That's right." A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, drawing even more people in. It was the peak of dinner time, and Song Nansure and his group were immediately surrounded by a huge crowd. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Song Nansure began to strike up a conversation without making a sound, inquiring about their work situation here, and then subtly guiding them to talk. So when the servant returned with the dishes, he found that there were too many people in front of the table for him to squeeze in. Song Nansure quickly found out what he wanted and, pulling his junior sister along, squeezed out of the crowd. Just then, a servant came carrying dishes. Before he could speak, Song Nansure said directly, "Pack these dishes up for us to take home and eat." The servant instinctively replied, "Yes, yes, yes." So Song Nansure took the vegetables and left. After they ran all the way out of the sect leader's mansion, they discovered that the others had been waiting outside for who knows how long. Upon seeing them, Yoon Jifeng asked anxiously, "What happened to you? Why did it take you so long to come out?" When Song Nansure tried to speak, he first let out a long burp. "Belch!" Then she looked pained and clutched her stomach. Yoon Jifeng was shocked. "You've been poisoned?" Song Nansure said slowly, "No. We're stuffed." Yoon Jifeng. Others. Yoon Jifeng's hand, which was about to take her pulse, froze in mid-air, unsure of where to land. He asked blankly, "Support?" Song Nansure said weakly, "This is a long story. Let's go back and talk about it. Right now, the most important thing is, does anyone have any digestive pills?" The group looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. They could almost all pull out 2 or 3 bottles of antidote pills from their storage rings, but digestive pills. While Song Nansure was saying those 2 sentences, he cried out "ouch!" and clutched his stomach again, looking even more pained. Upon seeing this, Yoon Jifeng's expression immediately tightened. Looking at Song Nanshure's pained expression, he didn't care whether she was poisoned or could hold on, and stepped forward directly, saying, I'll take you to the clinic first. Then he pretended to carry her on his back. Upon seeing this, Song Nansher's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Don't memorize. Don't memorize." She felt that her stomach could no longer withstand even the slightest impact, let alone Yoon Ji-fan's stiff back. Upon seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan paused only briefly before picking Song Nansher up in his arms and striding towards the clinic. Song Nansher. She felt that by tomorrow, half the city would know that there was a female cultivator in the sect leader's mansion who was practically unable to walk. She tried to explain, "I think I'm fine. I just ate a little too much. I'll be fine after digesting for a while." Yoon Ji-fan delivered a decisive blow. "I'll pay for the doctor's visit." Song Nansher. Then she had nothing more to say. But she still tried to find herself a companion, struggling to turn her head away, and said, "There's also my junior sister. She eats just as much as I do." His gaze fell behind him, and he paused involuntarily. The junior sister, who ate just as much as her, was skipping along behind them. When she heard Song Nansher mention her name, she looked over blankly and tilted her head. "Senior sister called me." Full of energy and with a strong voice. Seeing her jumping around like that, Song Nansher felt a stomachache for her, but she acted as if nothing was wrong. Song Nansher fell silent. Her gaze fell on her junior sister's stomach. It was so flat that it looked as if 8 bowls of rice had never been stuffed into it. Song Nansher began to suspect that this place might be connected to a bottomless pit. The junior sister was still confused. "Senior sister." Song Nansher turned his head expressionlessly. "It's all right now." "So, this is the main character. He's better than everyone else at cooking." The clinic was not far from the sect leader's residence, and the group arrived quickly. They were a large group of people, all with tense expressions. One of the women was clutching her stomach and being held by someone, looking half dead. The doctor in charge of the clinic was immediately astonished. He got up and strode over, his voice almost trembling. "What's wrong? Is the pregnancy unstable? Have you started bleeding?" "Everyone." Song Nansher, clutching his stomach. Yoon Ji-fan immediately stopped in his tracks, caught in a dilemma. But the doctor didn't sense his dilemma. When he suddenly stopped walking, the doctor became furious and berated him. "Are you her husband? What are you standing there for? Put her on the bed right now. How many months pregnant are you? Is there any bleeding?" He then stepped forward to feel Song Nansher's pulse. Song Nansher felt he could no longer lie down. He sat up abruptly from his deathbed and jumped out of Yoon Ji-fan's arms, hopping down in a hurry. The doctor's expression changed when he saw that the pregnant woman was already in such a state and still dared to act so pretentiously. Song Nansher was also feeling really full, and when he jumped down, the shock hit his stomach, and his face changed color. Seeing this, the doctor forgot about reprimanding the pregnant woman and yelled at his apprentice, "What are you all standing there for? Bring me my silver needles." Song Nansher felt that if she really let this doctor use silver needles today, her brilliance would be ruined. Ignoring her stomach pain, she took 2 steps forward and grabbed the doctor's arm. Under the doctor's horrified gaze, she forced a smile and said, "Doctor, I'm not pregnant." The doctor's gaze fell suspiciously on Song Nansher's stomach. Song Nansher immediately put down his hand that was covering his stomach and said, "I'm just full and have nothing better to do." The doctor was furious. "Are you saying you're just bored and have nothing better to do than come and make fun of me?" Song Nansher, "No. What I mean is, I'm really just bored and have nothing better to do." After a cup of tea, the doctor, with a sour face, pressed acupoints on Song Nansher to aid digestion. Song Nansure was as quiet as a chicken and dared not utter a word. Yoon Jifin cautiously suggested from the side, "Doctor, do you think we should prescribe some digestive pills or something?" The doctor's face darkened further. "Your cultivators, even if I don't press her acupoints, she'll digest it on her own in a while. Don't waste my digestive pills. You might as well watch your wife and tell her to eat less in the future." The two. Song Nansure didn't know how to explain to the old man that since she wasn't pregnant, she was obviously not anyone's wife. She could only give an awkward smile. The doctor had finished massaging her and told her to stand up and move around. Song Nansure got up and indeed felt much better. She turned to thank her, but then she remembered that her junior sister had also eaten quite a bit. Although she was fine now, she was still worried about her junior sister, so she pulled Yu Jojo over to have the doctor take a look. The doctor took her pulse and exclaimed in surprise, "This." Song Nansure was also startled. "What happened? What's wrong? Junior sister?" The doctor gasped, "Wow. In my entire medical career, I've never seen anyone so robust." Then I asked her, "By the way, what do you want me to see?" Song Nansure, "No, it's nothing. These days, are even the protagonist's digestive system starting to become inefficient?" The doctor found her behavior inexplicable and ignored her. He then turned to Yoon Jifeng and instructed him to keep an eye on his wife and prevent her from eating so much again. Yoon Jifeng glanced at Song Nansure subconsciously, and their eyes met. Both of them were stunned for a moment. The doctor next to him complained, "If you want to see someone, you can go home and close the door and have plenty of time to do so. Did you hear what I said? Keep an eye on your wife." Song Nansure quickly looked away, and Yoon Jifeng's face immediately turned red. He wanted to explain his relationship with Song Nansure, but instead he said, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on her." The doctor was finally satisfied. Song Nansure quickly turned his head and glanced at him again. Then the two of them just stared at each other, looking at each other blankly. The other insiders looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiangji subconsciously wanted to explain, but his second junior sister slapped him to the ground. He inexplicably got up and saw that the culprit hadn't even looked at him, his eyes darting back and forth between Song Nansure and Yoon Jifeng. "Jiangji? Aren't you pushing me? Why are you looking at them?" Song Nansure felt inexplicably embarrassed, and couldn't help scratching his cheek. He subconsciously looked away and said, "Now that you're all better, let's go back first." Before they could finish speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted at the door. The group instinctively turned around and saw a cultivator dressed in the robes of the Hwan sect rushing in with bloodshot eyes. The crowd at the clinic quickly scattered, but an elderly man with a child couldn't avoid him and was about to be bumped into. Jiangji was closest to the door. In desperation, he raised his hand and threw the sword. The heavy sword, like a hidden weapon, directly knocked the cultivator away. The old man stood there, holding his granddaughter, still in shock. Song Nansure and the others had already gone out. Seeing this, the apprentice quickly pulled the old man back inside, still shaken. That person was clearly there for their clinic, and he was a cultivator at that. They were just a bunch of mortals, if it weren't for that bored female cultivator coming to see them today. The apprentice shivered and turned to look at his master, only to see his master tugging at his beard and frowning as he looked at the cultivator lying on the ground. Then he said, "This is a case of chi deviation." At the same time, Jiangji had already subdued the rampaging cultivator. Yoon Jifeng glanced at the bloodshot-eyed cultivator and said directly, "He has gone mad from cultivation." Song Nanshure's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word. He glanced at Yoon Ji-fan before looking at the cultivator. The monk was literally red-eyed, with red pupils in both eyes. Like a mindless beast, he struggled incessantly as Jiang Ji held him down, uttering meaningless roars. Moreover, this person was extremely strong. Even with Jiang Ji's cultivation and strength, he almost got overturned by him while trying to subdue him. The others retreated far away, not daring to approach. Seeing this, the junior sister immediately went to help, and then the cultivator with the extraordinary strength was pinned down by the junior sister's hand and unable to move. The doctor, who was holding a rope and about to come over to help, was stunned. When Song Nansure saw that they had worked together to subdue the cultivator, who had gone mad with demonic possession, he breathed a sigh of relief, but then his feelings became complicated. He's gone mad with greed. Having grown up in this cultivation world for so long, Song Nansure had never seen a cultivator who had gone mad from practicing cultivation. But she was deeply impressed by the phrase going astray in cultivation. Because when she first came into this world, when her impression of the original work was still very deep, the cloud demon in the original work was a villain who went astray and then turned to the demonic path to become a demon lord. Fortunately, the current Yoon Ji-fan is no longer the Yoon Mo from the original story. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief and went over to help them hold the cultivator down. At this moment, the healer also came over, frowned when he saw the situation, and said, "You hold him down, I'll try to treat him." Song Nansure asked instinctively, "Can chi deviation be treated?" The doctor casually said, "That depends on how much of his consciousness he has left. If he still has some rationality, then there's still a way. But if he's lost all his rationality, my abilities are limited, and this is all I can do. But I see that even though he's gone mad, he still came to the clinic, so he should still have some rationality left." Song Nansure made way for the doctor, who was about to begin his treatment when a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Wait." Everyone instinctively stopped and looked outside. A group of Hehuan sect disciples stood panting outside the crowd. Seeing them surrounding the disciple who had gone mad with internal energy, they immediately said nervously, "Be careful. He's very strong and aggressive now. He'll feign weakness before suddenly attacking. Slowly back away, we'll handle this." Before he could finish speaking, the cultivator began to struggle again. The other cultivators were shocked and rushed forward, almost thinking they were about to witness a bloodbath. Unexpectedly, when Yu Jiujiu saw so many unfamiliar cultivators surrounding her, she forgot to control her strength in her panic, and the powerful demon-possessed cultivator was immediately pressed down again. The demon-possessed cultivator let out a roar and collapsed on the spot. "I don't know if they're dead or not." Everyone. The disciples of the Hehuan sect looked in horror at Yu Jiujiu, who had subdued the demon-possessed cultivator with one hand. Yu Jiujiu looked at the strangers who had surrounded her in horror. Both sides were on high alert. Song Nansure. She was still worried that her junior sister might accidentally kill someone and they wouldn't be able to afford the compensation, so while pulling her junior sister up, she picked up the demonic cultivator that her junior sister had knocked unconscious and threw him to them, smiling and saying, "We saw injustice on the road. Since someone from your sect has come, we'll be leaving now." Then they left with their group, fearing that the group would try to extort them. Hehuan sect disciple. "A brave warrior indeed," someone murmured. They rushed back to their lodgings, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yuan came out and, seeing their disheveled appearance, couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Didn't it go well?" Song Nansure sighed. It went smoothly, but it was too thrilling and exciting. Then the group sat down, and Yoon Ji-fan asked, "Song Nansure, Why were you all so bloated when you came out? Song Nansure did not answer, but instead asked them, when you were in the sect leader's mansion, did any of you have a chance to act? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Yoon Ji-feng, the young sect leader, always had someone following him. Ju Shio said, I'm just sweeping the floor. I'm always in a group with other people, and I'm not allowed to go out alone. I have to go in and out with the people in my group. Jiang Ji, me too. Song Nansure pondered for a moment and said, could it be that Madame Peony is suspicious of us? Jiang Yuan shook his head and said calmly, no, she doesn't suspect you. When everyone looked over, she said calmly, she treats everyone the same way. Seeing everyone's confusion, she explained in detail, ever since the old sect leader died under the lightning tribulation more than a year ago, Madame Peony has been somewhat. She thought for a moment and said, it's not normal. She used to be a very gentle and kind woman. Although she was quite protective of her husband and children, she wasn't from the Joyful Union sect and didn't have a family or sect behind her. It's normal for her to feel insecure. Wait a minute, Song Nansure interrupted her. Isn't Lady Peony a member of the Joyous Union sect? Jiang Yuan said, that's right. She was brought in by the old sect leader. It is said that she used to live in Haitang, but she rarely went out and no one had ever seen her. After marrying into the Hewan sect, she also lived a secluded life. Song Nansure seemed to be deep in thought. Then what does she cultivate? Jiang Yuan shook his head. No one has ever seen her make a move. After a moment of contemplation, Song Nansure said, then continue. What's wrong with her? Jiang Yuan sighed and said, after the old sect leader died, she became very suspicious. She always felt that the people of the Hewan sect wanted to harm her and her son. Before, when the old sect leader was alive, they lived in the Hewan sect. After the old sect leader died, she moved directly into the sect leader's mansion and cleaned up all the servants in the mansion. She drove away many people related to the Hewan sect and forbade the young sect leader from seeing the elders, thinking that they wanted to harm the young sect leader. She couldn't help but say, but actually, the elders' refusal to allow the young sect leader to succeed to the throne is purely because the young sect leader is too young, his cultivation is insufficient, and also, she had a hard time explaining it. Yoon Ji-feng said expressionlessly, not smart enough either. Jiang Yuan immediately looked over in horror. How did you know? Yoon Ji-feng continued. Jiang Yuan then said, later, the elders relented. Since the succession ceremony was about to begin, it should have been held at the Hewan sect. But she still refused to go and insisted on preparing at the sect master's mansion. That's why so many Hewan sect disciples came to the sect master's mansion to help. But she didn't trust the Hewan sect disciples. After they entered the mansion, she divided them into groups, with several people in each group, and they were not allowed to act alone. They also had their own people watching over them. Her intention was to monitor them. The Hewan sect disciples were all very unhappy with what they were doing. She sighed, so let's not even talk about you. The disciples of the Hewan sect are treated the same way in her mansion. She simply suspects everyone equally. Song Nansure couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She knew from their time together that this lady was somewhat suspicious, but she seemed like a normal person. Who knew she was so suspicious? After listening, everyone fell into deep thought, but Yoon Ji-feng asked, so, what does this have to do with you all eating until you were stuffed at the city lord's mansion? Song Nansure glanced at him and smiled. That's a very important matter. She said, we sat there and ate for an hour, during the evening meal rush, and we came into contact with the servants of the manor, who were also dining. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's spirits lifted. What have you found out? Song Nanshe didn't beat around the bush and said directly, your two fellow disciples had a good relationship with several guards when they were in the manor. Before they disappeared, 2 guards asked them to guard the small storeroom for them overnight. The 2 guards took the opportunity to sneak out of the manor to drink. The next day, your fellow disciples disappeared after leaving the manor because they had agreed to fight. Later, the 2 guards were also expelled for dereliction of duty. Jiang Yuan suddenly sat up straight, kicked them out. What a coincidence! Song Nanshe shrugged. Based on the information available, it can only be a coincidence. Jiang Yuan asked directly, where are those 2 guards? Song Nanshe, they said that after being kicked out, they left Hai and went back to their hometown. You can't find them here. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. She quickly said, I knew it. No matter how reckless those 2 are, they wouldn't abandon their duties and sneak out to fight when Madame Peony is so suspicious. I don't believe it's such a coincidence. Could it be Madame Peony? Song Nanshe shushed him and said calmly, don't make things up without evidence. Jiang Yuan calmed down. Then she asked, what are you going to do? Song Nanshe, of course, we should find an opportunity to investigate that storeroom. Even if your senior and junior brothers are really related to Madame Peony, she must have a reason for taking action. They only did this one outrageous thing before, so I plan to start from here. Jiang Yuan stood up immediately. You can do whatever you want. As long as they come back alive, I can double the commission fee. Song Nanshe, all right. Seeing that Jiang Yuan wanted to go out and calm down, she remembered something and asked, by the way, did you know that we encountered a disciple of the Hawan sect who had gone astray in his cultivation today? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuan said, another one. Song Nanshe narrowed his eyes, again. Jiang Yuan explained, a disciple went mad with his cultivation 6 months ago, and he's still imprisoned by his master. I have to go check on him. She then hurriedly left. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. When she came to her senses, she saw a group of people staring at her. Song Nanshe paused. What's wrong? Jiang Ji spoke first. Junior sister, we can't move freely in the sect master's mansion right now, so it's not easy to investigate the warehouse. Song Nanshe laughed. She said, so, it's time for the eldest brother to step in. Jiang Ji's spirits lifted. You want me to break into the warehouse all by myself? Song Nanshe. She smiled, looking at him with the same care and concern one would show to someone with intellectual disabilities. Then she said softly, what are you thinking about? I want you to get promoted quickly and work in the inner courtyard, emptying the chamber pots for the guards. Jiang Ji. This is not the path that Long Aotian should take. After accepting the task of how to get promoted by collecting night soil, Jiang Ji stood blankly under the corridor, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing that he was still not quite back to his senses, the second senior sister started preparing dinner, complaining that he was standing still and getting in the way, and even asked the junior sister to move him to another spot. The junior sister, who was just over 1.6 meters tall, happily stepped forward, casually picked up the tall and burly senior brother, and placed him in a place where he wouldn't get in the way. Jiang Ji. Song Nanshe now gets a stomachache whenever he sees food, so he avoids the crowds carrying food and squats down next to his senior brother, spacing out with him. Then, the eldest brother's voice drifted over and asked, Third sister, is this mission absolutely indispensable to me? Song Nanshe nodded firmly. It has to be you. She discovered this in the dining hall today. Madame Peony was really wary of outsiders. During the peak dining hours, she could only see disciples of the Huan sect. She couldn't see any guards that Madame P09 would entrust with the important task of guarding the entire mansion. It is said that after the people from the Huan sect came to help in the mansion, especially after Jiang Yuan's senior and junior brothers took the place of two derelict guards, the guards and others in the mansion no longer ate in the main dining hall, but were provided with separate meals by the small dining halls in each courtyard. It's obvious they don't want the Huan sect members to have any contact with the guards in the mansion alone. Therefore, it's impossible for Song Nanshe and his junior sister to strike up a conversation with the guards in the cafeteria by eating together. With Yun Jifeng following the young sect leader, given how highly Madame P09 regarded the young sect leader, it was even less likely that he would make any moves. Although the second senior sister was in charge of sweeping, her sweeping area was fixed, and her activity space was very limited, making it impossible for her to sweep from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. So now, Jiang Ji has the most space to move around in the sect leader's mansion. He is responsible for emptying the night soil in the entire outer courtyard, and because of the nature of his work, he is not watched by anyone at all times. After all, nobody likes to see people emptying their chamber pots anytime, anywhere. However, the storeroom that Jiang Yuan's fellow apprentices guarded was located in the inner courtyard. Therefore, Song Nanshe needs his senior brother to work hard to get promoted and squeeze into the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard. Ideally, he should be responsible for emptying the chamber pots for the guards. If he could even strike up a conversation with them, that would be even better. Of course, Song Nanshe also knew that it was a bit unreasonable to ask a chamber pot worker to talk to a guard. Song Nanshe's greatest hope was that after his senior brother infiltrated the inner courtyard, he could use his mobility and inconspicuous identity to figure out the basic situation of the inner courtyard, and preferably find out who was guarding the warehouse so that they could make a precise move. While everyone else was busy with dinner, she earnestly explained it to her senior brother. After listening, the eldest brother said nothing, got up heavily, and left. I didn't even eat dinner. At this time, the meal had already been set out in the main hall. After the second senior sister served the eldest senior brother his meal, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. She looked bewildered. Isn't senior brother eating? Song Nanshe, maybe the pressure is too much and I can't eat anymore. The second senior sister looked at the food with a troubled expression, then this food. Song Nanshe suddenly felt his stomach start to hurt again. But the junior sister standing to the side said shyly, well, it shouldn't be wasted since it's already been served. I'll eat it for my senior brother. As she spoke, she took the rice bowl, and 2 bowls of rice were neatly arranged in front of her. Song Nanshe. She thought of the 8 bowls of rice her junior sister had devoured just half an hour earlier, and her stomach ate even more. She clutched her stomach, weakly got up, and said, I won't eat any more. I'll go rest first. Yun Jifeng glanced outside, his expression showing some worry. He casually picked up a couple of bites of food, then stood up and said, I'm going out for a bit. The second senior sister stared in disbelief at his untouched food. Immediately, a hand reached out from the side and pulled Yun Jifeng's food over as well. The second senior sister turned around in shock, only to see her junior sister smiling shyly. We can't waste it. In front of her were 3 bowls of rice, neatly arranged. Second senior sister. So, after developing her physical cultivation talent, junior sister has also developed the talent of being a big eater. Song Nanshe had only been lying in his room for a short while when he heard a knock on his door. She scratched her head, got up, and opened the door, only to see Yun Jifeng standing outside. Perhaps because of the old doctor's word's wife during the day, Song Nansure always felt a little awkward when she met Yoon Jifeng alone. At this moment, she was startled and didn't say anything for a while. So the two of them stood facing each other, one inside the door and the other outside. After staring at each other for a while, Song Nansure felt the atmosphere getting weirder and weirder, and looking into his eyes made him feel uneasy for no reason, so he hurriedly looked away. Then the two of them started talking at the same time. Song Nansure, you. Yoon Jifeng, I. Then they all stopped at the same time. Song Nansure coughed lightly and said casually, "What are you doing here at this time?" Yoon Jifeng also came to his senses, took out a bottle of digestive pills from his storage ring, and whispered, "I saw that you still had a stomachache, so." He handed over the digestive pills. Song Nansure caught it and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Don't you not have this on you?" "Yoon Jifeng, I just bought it." He paused for a moment, then said, "The old doctor said that if you often experience this, you should always keep this medicine on hand, so I bought a few extra bottles. This happens all the time." Song Nansure couldn't help but explain with a dark expression, "I'm not in pain anymore. Just now, it was because Junior's sister ate too much and subconsciously felt pain." Then he couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you wasting this money?" Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but smile. "I know," he said softly, "but what if you get hurt again? If it can be used, then it's not a waste of money." Song Nansure couldn't help but scratch his face and mutter, "This little pain is nothing. I felt much more pain when I was undergoing my tribulation." "Yoon Jifeng, I couldn't help you with the lightning tribulation, but I can help you now." Song Nansure chuckled, "If there were a way to help me through the tribulation of lightning, would you be planning to take the tribulation for me instead?" She said it casually, but Yoon Jifeng replied, Song Nansure paused, the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. Yoon Jifeng said softly, "You should go back first, take your medicine and get some rest." Song Nansure was gently pushed back to the room. When he came to his senses, he was already lying flat on the bed, lost in thought. He was still holding the medicine bottle in his hand. Song Nansure glanced at the medicine bottle, then looked out the window, suddenly tossed the bottle onto the bed, buried himself in the pillow, and murmured, "Yoon Jifeng. What is so good about her?" Song Nansure buried his face in his pillow and drifted off to sleep, but his sleep was not peaceful. She was dreaming, and she knew she was dreaming. In her dream, she was still in Xianyuan town, carrying her Song Banxian banner to join the fun at the stalls selling spirit beast pelts. After being pushed out by the crowd, she accidentally stepped on someone else's stall. She subconsciously said, "I'm sorry," and when she turned around, she saw a young man in coarse clothes sitting indifferently behind the stall. He said, "It's nothing." This was the first time she had met Yoon Jifeng. Song Nansure couldn't help but smile even in his dreams. Yoon Jifeng looks pretty cool when he has a cold face. Then the dream shifted, revealing a scene I had never seen before. Covered in wounds, Yoon Jifeng was being hunted by the Yoon family. He had reached a dead end, and his face remained indifferent, though there seemed to be a bloodshot glint in his eyes. Just like the Hahuan sect disciple she had seen during the day who had gone mad with internal energy. A voice cried out in terror, "He's gone mad. Kill him! Cloud demon!" Song Nansure suddenly woke up with a start, sitting on the bed still in shock. Cloud demon. This is a title that Yoon Jifeng only has in the original novel. What she dreamed of was a scene that was only briefly mentioned in the original novel when describing Yoonmo's background. However, these scenes were so vivid in her dreams. Cultivators don't dream easily, let alone a fortune teller like her. She couldn't help but wonder if what she dreamed of was the scene that should have happened in the original story. She couldn't help but wonder, what if Yoon Ji-fin followed the original plot? No, there are no ifs. Song Nansher took a deep breath, got up, walked to the window, and opened it. Then I saw Yoon Ji-fin standing under the tree with his back to the window. She was startled and blurted out, "Yoon Ji-fin." Yoon Ji-fin turned his head, surprised. "You're still awake?" Song Nansher's face darkened. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? What are you doing here?" Yoon Ji-fin succinctly replied, "Keep watch." Song Nansher, "You still need to keep watch here at night." Yoon Ji-fin, "Beware of thieves." Just as Song Nansher was about to ask what kind of thief he was guarding against, he remembered the girl Jiang Hing, who was said to have a great fondness for climbing through people's windows. Song Nansher. She rubbed her forehead. "Are you really planning to just keep guarding like this?" Yoon Ji-fin, Song Nansher, "So how long are you planning to stay here?" Yoon Ji-fin, "Wait until she gives up the idea, or if you agree to let me beat her up." Song Nansher, "Then you should stay and guard it." Yoon Ji-fin remained silent, looking at her with a strange sense of grievance. Song Nansher felt a little guilty, scratched his head, and said, "Anyway, I can't sleep either, so why don't you talk to me about something?" Yoon Ji-fin, "What did you say?" Song Nansher leaned against the window, thought for a moment, and asked, "How much do you know about demons?" "A demon?" Yoon Ji-fin raised his head. "Are you remembering that Hwan sect disciple who went mad with demonic possession?" Song Nansher mumbled, "I guess so." Yoon Ji-fin said, "Then you don't need to worry." He calmly said, "There has been no demon in this world for tens of thousands of years. When a cultivator suffers a chi deviation and becomes possessed by a demon, he usually only has the option of waiting to die, rather than becoming possessed by a demon." Song Nansher couldn't help but pause. Yoon Ji-fin is right. It has been a long time since a demon has appeared in this cultivation world. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were cultivators who fell into demonic possession and founded the demonic sect. They recruited fallen cultivators or evil cultivators who had committed numerous evil deeds to practice the demonic sect's techniques. They were not afraid of karma and used any means necessary to cultivate, and their progress was extremely rapid. As a result, the sect flourished for a time. These monks called themselves demons. But the once powerful demonic sect soon declined. Because they do not practice cause and effect, the heavenly Tao does not allow them to ascend to heaven. Eventually, no one in the world could become a demon anymore. Just as Yoon Ji-fin said, going astray in cultivation only leads to death, not to becoming a demon. This is why, in the original novel, Yoon Ji-fin is the biggest villain in Long Aotian's book. Because after he went astray in his cultivation, he truly became possessed by demons. He became the first demon in millions of years after the extinction of the demon. Yoon Mo. Others are called demons only because they have committed many evils and are essentially still evil cultivators. But Yoon Ji-fin is called Yoon Mo simply because he has truly become a demon. Song Nansher couldn't help but ask, is it possible that someone could actually become a demon after going astray in their cultivation? Yoon Ji-fin actually did think about it. Song Nan was terrified while watching. Then he said, "I also thought about this when I thought I couldn't escape the Yoon family's pursuit." Song Nansher, "Huh?" Yoon Ji-fin smiled and said calmly, "I thought at the time that rather than waiting to die, I might as well try to become a demon. Of course, it was just a thought. No demon has appeared in thousands of years, so how could I possibly become one?" Song Nansher remained silent for a long time before slowly exhaling. Then she leaned half her body out of the window and solemnly patted Yoon Ji-feng on the shoulder. Yoon Ji-feng looked completely bewildered, then saw her say seriously, "You are fine as you are now." She reached out and tapped his chest again, saying, "All right, keep watch properly, I'm going to sleep." The window slammed shut with a bang. Yoon Ji-feng looked bewildered and reached out to touch the spot on his chest where he had been hit. The muscles rise and fall with each breath. Is he doing well now? So, which one is better? Meanwhile, Song Nansure lay in bed and couldn't help but think that Yoon Ji-feng was actually not bad either. In particular, he was also considered auspicious for his wife. For the next few days, Song Nansure and the others behaved themselves because they were waiting for Jiang Ji to plan his promotion. They quieted down, and the manager, who had been on high alert, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they didn't cause any more trouble. However, the only drawback was that the junior sister seemed to have been turned on by some strange switch, eating more and more every day, making the steward tremble with fear. He couldn't help but wonder if the reason they were so poor despite their considerable abilities was because they couldn't support this big eater. So when Lady Peony asked him about those people again, he said this. Lady Peony's expression was rather indescribable. In the end, she just waved her hand and said, "Forget it, the sect leader's mansion won't be ruined by her. But these people, it seems they really are so poor that they have to come out to make a living. They are not lying." Knowing Madame Peony's suspicious nature, the steward dared not respond and could only force a smile. Lady Peony then asked, "How does that man surnamed Yoon behave in front of the young sect leader?" The steward said in detail, "He is very honest and quite capable." As he spoke, he recounted in detail everything the young sect leader had done that day, down to the smallest detail. Mrs. Peony listened in a very ordinary way. After he finished speaking, she asked, "Does Four still not like you coming along?" The steward couldn't help but offer a word of advice. The young sect leader is about to succeed to the throne, and he's an adult now. Naturally, he doesn't like being watched. Lady Peony said quietly, "He will eventually understand my good intentions." The manager then fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji also began his promotion plan. His goal was simple, to squeeze from the outer courtyard into the inner courtyard. So his plan was also quite ruthless. He planned to work hard, let others see his abilities, and then get promoted and a raise to clean the inner courtyard's chamber pots, or even become the head of the entire sect's chamber pot cleaning service. Just like my third junior sister said, there are no lowly professions, only people who don't work hard enough. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. As a result of this statement, the other people in the outer courtyard who were responsible for emptying chamber pots found that they had almost no room to interfere in the matter these past few days. Almost as soon as the need to empty the chamber pot arose, the newcomer rushed over with mysterious steps, lifted the chamber pot with the force of a heavy sword, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those who emptied chamber pots in the outer courtyard all felt the pressure of professional competition and thought the new guy was dishonest. This panic about professional competition even spread to the people who emptied chamber pots in the inner courtyard, because a rumor began to circulate among them that a new guy had arrived in the outer courtyard and could empty all the chamber pots in the outer courtyard in half an hour, and the people in the outer courtyard were facing the risk of unemployment. Unemployment is no small matter, and it's causing quite a stir in the inner courtyard's night soil collection circle. So one of the inner palace guards overheard it while using the restroom. The monk scoffed. "Empty all the night soil in half a quarter of an hour. There are so many people in the outer courtyard, it would take at least a dozen trips back and forth. Under the rule that one cannot fly on a sword in the sect master's mansion, does the person emptying the night soil have superhuman speed? The guard thought they were spreading rumors. But ironically, the outer guards also developed a legend about this night soil shovel. They said that in the past few days, they had often seen a dark figure flashing by like the wind in the outer courtyard. They thought it was an assassin and chased after it but couldn't catch up. Only when the person stopped did they realize that it was someone who emptied the chamber pot. So ever since then, every time that person comes, someone has secretly tried to catch him, but that person is so fast that no outer guard has caught up with him to this day. At this moment, the inner courtyard cultivator realized that something was amiss. He felt that, regardless of the true strength of this night soil collector, at least for now, he had successfully caught his attention. He decided to go and meet the person who emptied the chamber pot. At this moment, Jiangji was unaware of where his awe-inspiring presence had reached. He worked diligently, only wanting a promotion. So, on this ordinary day, he worked hard as usual when a strange monk suddenly blocked his way. Upon seeing someone trying to stop him from working, Jiangji immediately frowned and said, "Get out of the way." A passerby immediately chimed in, loudly commenting, "He's this guy who's emptying the chamber pot dares to speak so disrespectfully to Lord Zhou." Lord Zhou is the most skilled cultivator in the sect master's mansion, Bao. They completely exposed his identity. Jiangji looked over. Lord Zhou chuckled and said, "I've heard you've been making quite a name for yourself lately." Jiangji replied calmly, "I dare not accept such praise." Lord Zhou then laughed and said, "You, who only empties chamber pots, are quite arrogant." Jiangji raised his eyes indifferently. "So what if I shovel chamber pots? Someone once said that there are no lowly professions, only people who don't work hard. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Zhou was stunned by his words and the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiangji. He subconsciously said, "Then would you like to fight me? If you can beat me, I'll let you into the inner courtyard." What Jiangji meant by those words was that if he could beat this guy surnamed Zhou, he could work in the inner courtyard emptying chamber pots. So he nodded, "Okay." Passerby shouted, "Someone is challenging Lord Zhou." A large crowd immediately gathered, witnessing yet another famous scene of a protagonist slapping someone in the face and subduing his underlings. So, an hour later, Song Nanshu received a message from Jiangji. "I've arrived at the inner courtyard." Song Nanshu was overjoyed. "This is great news. Senior brother, you've completed the mission." "Jiangji, but I won't be emptying the chamber pot anymore." Song Nanshu, "Huh?" Jiangji's voice was full of confusion. "Someone challenged me to a fight, and I beat him to a pulp, but he seemed quite happy about it. Then he said that I shouldn't have buried the night soil." Song Nanshu, "Huh?" Jiangji, "Junior sister, I am now an inner court guard." Song Nanshu, "Is this Long Aotian?" Song Nanshu hung up the communication talisman in a daze, and then in a daze, he managed to get off work and go home. When she entered, Yung Jifeng was carrying a large bowl of rice toward the main hall. Her junior sister cheered and rushed over to him as soon as she saw it. Song Nanshu felt a dull ache in her stomach as soon as she saw it, especially after she realized that most of the rice would end up in her junior sister's stomach. The second senior sister came out of the kitchen carrying another bowl of rice. Seeing them return, she immediately said, "You're back just in time. Dinner's ready." Song Nanshu stared wide-eyed at the two large bowls of rice and couldn't help but ask, "Why is there an extra bowl today?" Second senior sister explained, "The sect master's mansion changed to providing meal allowances, and I found that since the sect master's mansion stopped providing meals, junior sister has never been full. She always wakes up hungry at night and goes to the kitchen to find something to eat. Once, she almost ate her rabbit, so I made a little extra food, all for junior sister. Song Nansher. It's not easy for the demon prince to survive by his junior sister's side. For a moment, she forgot about her important business and couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, is it really okay for you to eat like this?" This time, it was Yung Jifeng who answered. His junior sister snatched the rice bucket from his hand and said calmly, "If she were a sword cultivator, eating like this would be problematic. But I think your junior sister has recently completely switched to the path of body cultivation. This appetite is normal for a body cultivator. Besides, your junior sister gets hungry so quickly. She's probably about to advance in her cultivation level." Song Nansher. One protagonist is a domineering male lead who ends up as an inner court guard after emptying chamber pots. Another is a sweet romance novel heroine with an appetite comparable to a glutton. And yet another is a female lead in a crematorium who's obsessed with shipping couples all day long. Is this what they call a protagonist? She always felt that their path seemed to have gone astray, yet it also seemed that it hadn't. It's weird. The second senior sister then asked, "Why hasn't the eldest senior brother returned yet? Is it so late today?" Song Nansher then remembered his important matter and immediately said seriously, "I have something to tell you. It concerns our senior brother." Seeing her serious expression, everyone also became serious. Yung Jifeng frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Song Nansher said directly, "My senior brother got into a fight with a guard at the sect leader's mansion. That guard seems to be the leader of the guards." The second senior sister was startled, and her first reaction was to ask, "Did you win?" Song Nansher. Shouldn't you be wondering how your senior brother, who's just emptying chamber pots, ended up fighting with a guard? She said, with a complicated expression, "We won." Then I saw the second senior sister pick up her tools and head out. Song Nansher quickly stopped her. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" The second senior sister said matter-of-factly, "Go and rescue our senior brother. If we win, wouldn't that mean we've beaten him up? Would the sect leader's mansion really release him then?" Song Nansher. Yes, they beat them up, and beat them up pretty badly. Now even Yung Jifeng and his junior sister started touching their weapons. Song Nansher felt that letting them out would be a huge problem, so he immediately said, "But senior brother is fine. He's perfectly alright." Yung Jifeng doubted. "He beat up the head of the guards and he's still alright? Do you think they'll let him off the hook?" Song Nansher said expressionlessly, "He beat the man up badly, and then the man thought that this kid was no ordinary person, and was very happy to promote him from the night soil collector to a first-class inner guard." Everyone. Yung Jifeng frowned, puzzled, and asked, "He beat the person up badly?" Song Nansher. Yung Jifeng, that man was very happy to be beaten, and even promoted him to a guard. Song Nansher. Yung Jifeng was silent for a moment, then asked, "Does that person have some kind of mental problem?" Song Nansher. Perhaps he has some serious illness. Yung Jifeng fell even more silent, looking utterly bewildered. Seeing that they also found the long audience promotion path puzzling, Song Nansher, who had just been questioning the meaning of life, felt inexplicably refreshed. She said, "In short, our senior brother has now gone from being a chamber pot cleaner to an inner court guard, exceeding expectations." The second senior sister asked, "Where is the eldest senior brother now?" Song Nansher. He said he is currently receiving his bodyguard uniform and undergoing some training, but he will be back today, so don't worry. Yoon Ji-feng was silent for a moment, then calmly said, "Let's eat first and wait for him while we eat." The group of people had mixed feelings, but the junior sister ate with increasing relish. When Song Nansure came to his senses, he saw that his junior sister had unknowingly finished a whole bowl of rice. She felt full just looking at it and couldn't help but push her rice bowl aside. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open and the eldest brother strode in. He was dressed in a guard's uniform, his posture was tall and straight, and a sword was hanging at his waist. His appearance was completely different from when he was emptying chamber pots a few days ago. When Song Nansure first saw how Long Aotian's storyline unfolded, he was immediately amazed. She felt that it wouldn't be out of place for him to draw his sword and shout, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens." Jiangji was completely unaware of Song Nanshure's complex inner thoughts. After striding in and closing the door, he immediately created a soundproof barrier and said quickly, "Time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point." Song Nansure immediately realized something was wrong and frowned, asking, "Has something gone wrong?" Jiangji lowered his voice, "It's not unexpected, but I didn't expect that after being promoted to guard, I would be considered a member of the sect master's mansion. According to the city lord's mansion's regulations, guards are not allowed to leave the mansion, especially the guards in the inner courtyard." Everyone immediately thought of this rule of the sect leader's mansion and realized that this was a tricky situation. If Jiangji is not allowed to leave the manor, even if he becomes a guard, his options will be very limited. Jiangji added, "I came out today under the pretext of saying goodbye to my junior sisters, but I will be living in the manor starting tomorrow. Moreover, although I have been assigned to the inner courtyard, the area I am assigned to patrol is separated from the courtyard where the storeroom is located by 2 courtyards. Although I can talk to those guards, it will be difficult to enter the storeroom." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure immediately said, "Don't make any rash moves. At first, we just wanted to get some information out of those guards. You, a mere guard, sneaking into the storeroom right under their noses. You really don't care about your life." Jiangji frowned. "Then what use am I as a guard?" His words seemed to suggest that being a guard was not as good as emptying chamber pots in the inner courtyard. Song Nansure. This damped her sigh. She took a deep breath and said, "In that case, you should still investigate the warehouse as originally planned. It would be best if you could find out something useful. If you can't find out anything, try to memorize the defense map of the inner and outer courtyards of the sect leader's mansion." Jiangji was startled. "You mean?" Song Nansure said calmly, "You're under their noses now and can't do anything, but once we leave the manor, we won't be under their control anymore. With the defense map, I don't believe I can still be stopped outside a sect leader's manor." Jiangji felt this was too risky and couldn't help but look at the others, only to see them all nodding in agreement. Faced with a majority, Jiangji gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. If I get any useful information, I'll find another way to pass it on to you." After thinking about it, Song Nansure felt that given his current rate and path of promotion, they should start preparing now. They had finished exchanging information when they heard a knock on the door. Jiangji immediately removed the soundproof barrier. Then he said loudly, "Anyway, senior brother is now living in the sect master's mansion. You all take good care of yourselves outside." Song Nansure knew that it was someone from the sect leader's mansion urging him, so he responded loudly. Everyone watched Jiangji leave. That night, many people tossed and turned in bed. Song Nansure couldn't sleep either, but when she looked up, she could see Yoon Ji-feng standing with his back to the window, and she felt inexplicably at ease. She stared blankly at that figure, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, she heard the cold wind blow open the window. Still half asleep, she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Taking advantage of the fact that cultivators are immune to heat and cold, she was too lazy to get up and close the window. Just as she was about to turn over and continue sleeping, she heard the sound of someone gently pulling the window shut. Song Nansure opened his eyes, stared blankly at the bed curtains for a long time, and then, taking advantage of the cold wind outside the window, closed his eyes and turned over. The next day, when Song Nansure opened the door, he saw that everything outside was covered in white snow. It actually snowed last night. Song Nansure then realized that it was already December without him noticing. They left the set for the first time in just 1 month, and almost a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Yoon Ji-fan was no longer outside the gate. In the courtyard, the junior sister ran over, shouting and yelling as she stepped through the snow. Song Nansure was about to remind her to slow down when he saw Jiang Yuan, who hadn't returned for several days, standing in the courtyard, looking at the snow-covered ground and sighing. Song Nansure couldn't help but walk over and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan said sadly, "I remember when my senior brother and junior brother fought for me for the first time. It was snowing this heavily. If they had broken their legs back then and been bedridden for a year or two, I wouldn't have to worry about them so much." Song Nansure: "If you say this girl doesn't love them, she spends so much money on them. If you say she loves them, she's hoping they'll become disabled." The love stories of the Hwang sect are incomprehensible to most. She couldn't help but ask, "Then who do you love more?" Jiang Yuan thought about it very seriously. Then she cautiously added, "I love each and every one of them equally." Song Nansure. She turned to look at Song Nan with a half smile, and said meaningfully, "And you? Have you figured out who you love?" Song Nansure turned and left with a stiff face. Jiang Yuan's cheerful laughter came from behind. She raised her voice and said, "Little girl, let's get down to business. When you go to the sect leader's mansion again, you'd better be careful." Song Nansure suddenly turned his head. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were deep. "I've been making inquiries these past few days. Those 2 disciples of the Hwang sect who went mad with their cultivation were both people who had helped out at the sect master's mansion before leaving. They went mad with their cultivation less than half a month after leaving the sect master's mansion. Isn't that a coincidence?" Song Nansure was startled. "You suspect?" Jiang Yuan shushed him and whispered, "Anyway, be careful." Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. For the next few days, Song Nansure and the others did not see Jiang Ji again. Madame Peony also knew about Jiang Ji's promotion to inner court guard and encouraged them with a few words. She truly treated them as a group of fellow disciples without any connections, and it seemed that she even intended to have them serve in the sect master's mansion. Song Nansure gave a vague answer. While Jiang Ji was working hard in the inner courtyard, Song Nansure was certainly not idle either. Over the past few days, she has noticed that the relationship between Madame Peony, Mr. Shen, and the young sect leader seems quite delicate. The young patriarch has a very good relationship with his mother and visits her almost every day. Mr. Shen and Madame Peony also have a good relationship and visit the mansion every day. However, the young patriarch and Mr. Shen almost never meet. Song Nansure originally thought they were just out of sync, but one day when the young sect leader came to visit his mother, they talked a little late, just in time for Mr. Shen's visit. Before long, the young sect leader, who had arrived with a happy face, left in a huff. When Song Nansure and the others were called in, they heard Mr. Shen casually comforting Madame Peony, saying, "The young sect leader is still young, and my reputation isn't very good. It's normal that he doesn't like me, so you don't need to scold him." So it turns out the two people who don't get along are the young sect leader and Mr. Shen. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. Just as she was lost in thought, she saw Mr. Shen suddenly glance at her. Song Nan sure felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stopped thinking about it. They ran into Mr. Shen as they left the clan leader's residence that day. Mr. Shen called out to her as if by chance, and said with a smile, "I see that Miss Song has always kept to herself. A young lady of your age should go out more. If you have time, you can come to my place as a guest." Song Nansure smiled and said, "Is the host inviting us to perform? The appearance fee is 200 spirit stones per performance." Mr. Shen's smile froze. Song Nansure took his leave with his junior sister. When she got back, she said, "Something's not right with Mr. Shen. If you see him alone, leave if you can." Yu Jiujiu asked worriedly, "Should we investigate this Mr. Shen?" Song Nansure, "No, let's wait for news from our senior brother first." Yu Jiujiu hesitated. The deployment map. Senior brother shouldn't have it that soon, right? Song Nansure thought to himself, "Then you've underestimated Long Altian's speed." That evening, a guard from the outer courtyard came over and said that his senior brother had asked him to bring them some spirit stones. After he left, Song Nansure examined each spirit stone one by one, and finally cracked open one of them, taking out a defense map of the sect leader's mansion. Everyone was astonished, so fast. Song Nansure thought to himself, "You all know nothing about Long Altian's efficiency." Yung Jifeng asked, "Now that we have the deployment map, when do we take action?" Song Nansure spread out the defense map and said, "It's better to do it sooner rather than later, tonight." In the latter half of the night, Jiang Yuan stayed at home to keep watch, while Song Nansure and the others stood in a corner outside the sect leader's mansion to draw lots. This place is a blind spot in the defense of the sect leader's mansion on the defense map, but they can't all enter the sect leader's mansion at once, so they have to leave someone outside to keep watch. Zhu Xiu was unlucky this time and drew the only slip of paper for going out to check things out. Zhu Xiu stood outside, looking annoyed, watching them go in. Following the defense map, Song Nansure and his men made their way smoothly into the inner courtyard. But once they reached the inner courtyard, the guards tightened immediately, with almost 3 guards protecting them at every step. They only moved forward when the guards changed shifts, and it took them a full half-hour to walk the short distance before they finally saw the storeroom. The warehouse is now more heavily guarded. They waited patiently for half an hour before finding a gap for a shift change. Yung Jifeng grabbed Song Nansure with one hand and carried his junior sister with the other, and quickly slipped into the storeroom. Just as he entered the warehouse, footsteps sounded outside again, so Yung Jifeng quickly created a soundproof barrier. Only then did the crowd dare to speak. Song Nansure immediately asked, "Have you all taken the teleportation talismans?" Yung Jifeng and his junior sister nodded at the same time. Song Nansure said, "This thing is very difficult to draw, and my skills are not good enough. If this teleportation talisman is torn up, who knows where it will teleport us to? It's best not to use it unless necessary." Everyone nodded again. Song Nansure then took a deep breath and said, "Find it." The 3 acted simultaneously. Yung Jifeng and Yu Jiujiu immediately started looking through the treasure cabinets one by one, searching for anything that looked suspicious. Song Nansure was even more decisive. She directly activated her heavenly eye. "You can see more from under Tenmu." Song Nansure walked slowly among the boxes and display cases without touching anything, until she passed a row of display cases and her gaze fell on an inconspicuous little display case covered in dust in the corner. Below the heavenly eye, a faint black aura emanated from that direction. Song Nansher said softly, Young Jifeng. Young Jifeng and Yu Jiujiu immediately came over and asked softly, What's wrong? Song Nansher's gaze was fixed on the multi-treasure pavilion, and he said, Let's go take a look at that. The three exchanged a glance and walked over. As Song Nansher approached, he could see more clearly that the faint black aura originated from a small jar at the bottom of the treasure pavilion. Song Nansher didn't rush over. Looking at the black mist, he frowned and suddenly took out the turtle. The turtle instinctively wanted to run away, but as soon as it saw her, it immediately became obedient. Song Nansher smiled slightly, picked it up, and said, Look at that jar. Isn't there one of your kind inside? Young Jifeng was startled upon hearing this and whispered, You mean? Song Nansher said, It's still just a guess. So the two of them stared at the turtle together. The turtle's white fur was sweating, and it immediately nodded. After receiving confirmation, Song Nansher immediately took it back. The two exchanged a glance. Song Nansher calmly asked, Why would there be a shadow ghost in Madame Peony's storeroom? Young Jifeng took 2 steps forward, but did not touch it. Instead, he squatted down to examine it carefully. The junior sister standing to the side asked in confusion, Shadow ghost? Song Nansher turned to explain to her, but just then, a small box the size of a palm suddenly opened in the display cabinet behind them. The three of them quickly turned around and saw 2 pale purple insects, one large and one small, fly out of the box. One flew towards the junior sister, and the other flew towards Song Nansher and the others. The insect was practically right behind them, inches away, and they couldn't dodge it in time. By the time they turned around, the insect was already face to face with them. The demon prince, who was hanging on his junior sister's waist in the form of a rabbit, instinctively jumped up to block the insect. However, Young Jifeng, who was originally half-crouching, was unable to defend himself in time. When he reached out to touch Song Nan, she had already covered her wrist with a hiss. The body of a dead insect lay on the ground. Young Jifeng's expression changed drastically, and a strong killing intent instantly appeared. At the same time, someone outside shouted, Who goes there? Song Nansher was startled and immediately said, Teleportation talisman, let's go. Young Jifeng suppressed his panic, picked up Song Nansher, and tore off the teleportation talisman. The junior sister also scooped up the rabbit and tore off the teleportation talisman at the same time. The next moment, Song Nansher was picked up and dropped into some unknown desolate wilderness. As soon as they landed, Young Jifeng grabbed her arm and rolled up her sleeve, asking, Song Nansher, how are you? Song Nansher also looked down. There wasn't even a mark on my arm. Song Nansher felt it for a moment and said, There's nothing there. It doesn't hurt or itch. Young Jifeng, however, was still worried and immediately said, Let's go back first. Song Nansher pulled him aside and said, Wait, we must be outside the city now. Let's ask about the situation inside the city first. As he spoke, he first tore off a communication talisman for his second senior sister. It was quite noisy at second senior sister's place. Upon hearing their situation, she immediately said, Don't come back yet. The guards from the sect master's mansion are currently searching for people outside the mansion. I overheard them saying that they have already notified people to guard the city gates. If you come back now, you'll be walking into a trap. No, I have to go back first. If they find out about the mansion, I can at least cover it up. After saying that, he tore up the communication talisman. Song Nansher clicked his tongue. This is troublesome. Young Jifeng frowned as well. What about your injury? Song Nansher moved his hand and said, Actually, I don't think I'm in any danger. Yoon Jifeng thought for a moment, then said, "Ask Jiang Yuan. She must know something about the Hehuan sect." He then contacted Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan certainly knew. As soon as they finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from there. After a while, Jiang Yuan said with a heavy heart, "Those are called rouge worms." Song Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief. "The rouge insect that makes lip rouge. Oh, then it's all right." "Jiang Yuan, you're overthinking it. This rouge insect is not the same as that rouge insect. It's something that helps us in our Hehuan sect with cultivation. Its main function is dual cultivation. You should understand, right?" The communication talisman in Song Nanshu's hand fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan also asked, "There should be two rouge insects, one large and one small. The large one is an aphrodisiac, and the small one is an antidote. Song Nanshu, which one bit you?" Song Nanshu almost cried. "Who the hell can remember this?" Jiang Yuan, "Then there's nothing I can do. Just wait and see. If you really get infected, just bear with it. I'll give you the antidote when you come back. Anyway, Yoon Jifeng is with you, so you're not at a loss." They tore off the communication token over there. Song Nanshu and Yoon Jifeng looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing Yoon Jifeng's handsome face under the moonlight, Song Nanshu's first thought was that if she really did something to Yoon Jifeng, it would be a worthwhile outcome. And has she forgotten something? Meanwhile, on the other side, the junior sister held the increasingly warm rabbit in her arms with a worried expression, trying to find its wounds. Then, the rabbit suddenly transformed into a handsome man in her arms. He opened his eyes groggily and let out a labored gasp. The junior sister suddenly opened her eyes wide. Then she punched him, exclaiming in horror, "It's a living person. Change back to normal." The demon prince, who had regained his human form, was immediately punched back to his original form. When Song Nanshu looked at Yoon Jifeng's face and thought, "He's a beast, but he's not at a loss either," her heart skipped a beat. She felt that she was either a pervert or she had really been infected. Of course, given an ordinary person's subconscious tendency to idealize themselves, she would certainly be unwilling to admit that she had become a pervert. So she figured she was probably infected. She felt she had let Yoon Jifeng down, and looked up at him guiltily. Then Yoon Jifeng's face silently turned red. "Song Nanshu, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot?" Her nervousness and guilt dissipated almost entirely in an instant, and she said speechlessly, "What are you afraid I'll do to you?" Yoon Jifeng paused for a moment. "If you really have no choice in the matter." Song Nanshu thought he was going to say something, so she shot him a sharp look. "Remember the website address, Akaiyaksu." Then Yoon Jifeng cautiously said, "I can help tie you up. My cultivation is higher than yours, so I should be able to subdue you." Song Nanshu, there's a reason why some people have remained single for over 100 years. She said, with a complicated expression, "Don't worry, I have enough self-control. I won't take advantage of you." Upon hearing her words, Yoon Jifeng felt a sudden sense of crisis and immediately explained, "No, what I meant was..." He paused for a moment, then said softly, "In these kinds of situations, women always suffer more. If you are truly poisoned and unconscious, my indulgence of you is not helping you, but taking advantage of your vulnerability. I, Yoon, despise such behavior, and you will hate me when you regain your senses." Song Nanshu was speechless for a moment. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable, and to hide it, she turned her head away and muttered, "What do you mean women always suffer more? Am I the kind of person who values chastity more than life itself?" Yoon Jifeng smiled and said softly, You won't care about such things, but you will definitely hate me for taking advantage of your vulnerability and deceiving you. Song Nansure was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but turn to look at him. His face was still red, and his gaze towards her was not exactly innocent, but it was not lewd or evil. Instead, it was restrained yet involuntarily tinged with longing. Meeting such a gaze, Song Nansure suddenly felt that his first reaction after learning that he might be poisoned was to call Yoon Jifeng a beast, which was indeed a rather despicable thought. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand and patted his shoulder, saying hesitantly, Anyway, boys should also protect themselves when they're out. Yoon Jifeng. I always felt that he and Song Nansure were no longer on the same wavelength. He snapped out of his reverie, coughed, and asked, Are you feeling unwell anywhere right now? Song Nansure closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. She's truly never eaten pork or even seen a pig run before, let alone been poisoned by this. But she comes from the information-saturated 21st century, and she has seen plenty of things, both what she should and shouldn't have seen. None of the symptoms like burning sensation, mental confusion, or unsatisfied desires were present. She opened her eyes and hesitated before saying, I don't feel anything. Maybe the poison hasn't taken effect yet. Yoon Jifeng thought for a moment, then cautiously added, It's also possible that you weren't poisoned. After all, there were 2 rouge worms, and your junior sister too. Before she could finish speaking, Song Nansure suddenly opened his eyes wide and interrupted, Wait, what did you just say? Yoon Jifeng, your junior sister? Without saying a word, Song Nansure took out a communication talisman and immediately contacted his junior sister. How could she forget that there was a junior sister who was bitten along with them? Once we know who got infected, we'll know for sure. Only then did Song Nansure belatedly realize his worry. His junior sister still had a demon prince on her side. Even though he's still a rabbit. They were bitten in an instant, and at that moment Song Nansure was unaware that the insect that bit his junior sister had been blocked by the demon prince. The communication talisman rang for a long time before being answered. The voice on the other end was dazed and confused, through the senior sister. She immediately asked, Giorgio, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Giorgio was still in a daze, not feeling well. I'm fine. Song Nansure sensed that something was off about her and immediately asked warily, What are you doing? Giorgio murmured, I'm hunting rabbits. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you're hunting rabbits? Then it's all right. The demon prince is lucky. I wonder why she's hunting rabbits now. Is she under too much pressure? However, the situation was urgent, and Song Nansure couldn't afford to delve into the details. He immediately said, Junior sister, the insects biting us are rouge insects, something used by the Hawan sect to aid in dual cultivation. You should understand, right? You might not feel anything now, but if you feel anything wrong with your body, tell me immediately. Before Song Nansure could finish speaking, he heard another series of crackling sounds from the other end. Song Nansure was full of questions. Junior sister. After a long silence, the junior sister said in a quiet voice, Senior sister, I'm not going to talk anymore. I need to go hunt rabbits now. The communication symbol was immediately torn up. Song Nansure stared wide-eyed at the communication symbol. Due to the information asymmetry, she currently only feels that her junior sister is not acting strangely. But why hunt rabbits? Well, we don't know who's been hit yet. Even though the demon prince is a rabbit, it's safer for him to be crippled. Song Nansure immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked up at Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Ji-fan heard this too, and said thoughtfully, "That's probably because the rouge worms haven't acted up yet." The two of them sighed in unison and looked at each other. Yoon Ji-fan felt that Song Nanshi's condition was very dangerous. Song Nanshi felt that if he was like this, then it was Yoon Ji-fan who was in danger. After all, she's probably under the influence of the poison, and her thinking is quite twisted. They both began to worry about each other. So the two of them spoke at the same time. Song Nanshi, or else. Yoon Ji-fan, or else. Then, after a pause and a moment of silence, Yoon Ji-fan said, "You go first." Song Nanshi then said, "Why don't you tie me up?" She was afraid of what she might do to him. Yoon Ji-fan immediately objected, saying, "No, if I tie you up, you'll lose your fighting ability. What if we encounter danger and I can't protect you in time?" Song Nanshi, "Then you'll stay where I can see you now, just in case I get poisoned and need something." Yoon Ji-fan shook his head again. "I don't know if the pursuers from the sect master's mansion will catch up to the outside of the city. I have to stay and watch over you." Song Nanshi simply shrugged and said, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Yoon Ji-fan was silent for a moment. "I will stay here and watch over you. If the poison takes effect, I will restrain you and prevent you from doing anything. Don't worry, I will never take advantage of you in your distress. If I, Yoon, do anything to take advantage of you in your distress, then let me commit suicide to atone for my sins." Song Nanshi, "It's not that you don't understand, brother. The issue now isn't whether you do something or not, but rather that she's afraid she'll do something after the poison takes effect." Song Nanshi now felt certain that she had been poisoned, and that the poison was indeed potent, to the point that her thoughts were becoming increasingly perverse. Seeing his insistence, Song Nanshi could only sigh and say, "Fine." Hopefully, it won't leave Yoon Ji-fan with any psychological trauma. The two of them sat down to meditate under one tree and the other under another, keeping a certain distance between them, and then stared at each other. After about 15 minutes of this, Yoon Ji-fan cautiously asked, "Do you feel something is wrong?" Song Nanshi, "Your legs are a little numb." Yoon Ji-fan. Seeing that waiting like this wouldn't work, Song Nanshi sent another communication talisman to his junior sister. The other end answered quickly this time, but no one spoke. All Song Nanshi could hear were the sounds of punches, interspersed with a few murmurs of "change back. Change back. What, change back? Is junior sister still hunting rabbits? But since my junior sister still has so much energy, she must be alright, right?" Song Nanshi sighed sadly and hung up the communication talisman. Then she and Yoon Ji-fan looked at each other for a moment, and she decisively said, "I'll ask Jiang Yuan again if we can go back to the city." Jiang Yuan answered even faster than his junior sister. Then she opened her mouth and said, "What? You've come to ask me for a dual cultivation technique? I just found one that's perfect for you too." Song Nanshi took a deep breath. "Let me ask if we can go back to the city now." Jiang Yuan sighed regretfully, then said decisively, "No. The guards of the sect leader's mansion are still searching the whole city. Your senior brother knew that you had been caught, so he did something to get himself assigned to our area for the search. But there are other guards with him. Your senior sister and I went to great lengths to keep it a secret. If you come back now, you'll be walking into a trap." Song Nanshi sighed and said, "All right. Do you know any ways to suppress the poison if we can't get an antidote for the time being?" Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue and asked again, "Are you really not going to consider dual cultivation techniques?" Song Nanshi's face darkened. Did it or didn't it? Jiang Yuan, yes. Song Nansure had asked the question without much hope, but to his surprise, he received such a delightful answer, and his eyes widened in astonishment. She immediately pressed, "What?" Jiang Yuan said regretfully, "I specifically checked the sex records for you and found a way to delay the onset of the poison. But honestly, don't you really want to consider that dual cultivation technique? It works immediately and doesn't require so much trouble." Song Nansure said expressionlessly, "Speak." Jiang Yuan immediately said, "That's simple. Just have Yung Jifeng give you a breath of life force." Song Nansure paused for a moment. Essence? Jiang Yuan, with his cultivation level, his vital energy should be enough to keep you going for one night. I'll help you detoxify when you get back. Song Nansure suddenly had a bad feeling. How should I give it to him? Jiang Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "How else can I give it? Essence, essence, of course, you give it with your mouth." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure subconsciously turned to look at Yung Jifeng, who immediately looked at her as well. Their eyes met. Song Nanshure's lips parted slightly in surprise. A sudden, unbearable restlessness welled up in Yung Jifeng's heart, as if it was himself, not Song Nansure, who was bitten by the ruse worm. A strange, unprecedented desire was stirring within me. For a moment, he felt that even opening his mouth was difficult, his heart pounding, and he felt ashamed of his hypocrisy. He had clearly said he didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but now that something had suddenly come up that he had to do, he felt secretly pleased. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, "I." At the same time, Jiang Yuan's cheerful voice came from the other side, panting as he added, "Of course, using your mouth doesn't mean mouth to mouth. You can have Yung Jifeng give you his essence from 2 inches away, but if you insist on trying mouth to mouth." Song Nansure quickly tore up the communication talisman. Yung Jifeng's restless heart suddenly cooled down. Song Nansure was busy tearing up communication talismans, and Yung Jifeng was busy doing the same thing. After a while of chaotic activity, in the silence, they finally looked at each other. Song Nansure, that. Yung Jifeng, this. The two of them paused at the same time. Then Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Then, do you want my life essence?" As soon as he asked that question, Song Nansure inexplicably felt as if he were that female demon who sucks people's life essence. But it's better to be embarrassed now than to embarrass yourself after the poison actually takes effect. Song Nansure suppressed his unease, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes." Yung Jifeng subconsciously replied, "Okay." The two of them then stared at each other blankly. "Since you want it, then how should you ask for it?" Seeing that they were silent and the air was almost frozen, Song Nansure took a deep breath without making a sound and decided to cut the Gordian knot. She took 2 steps forward, stood on tiptoe, placed her hands on Yung Jifeng's shoulders, and leaned closer. "Come here." When she leaned closer, she slightly closed her eyes, and Yung Jifeng's heart skipped a beat as her eyelashes brushed against him. She remained motionless for a long time before Yung Jifeng finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, "You." He slowly reached out and pressed down on her shoulder, gently pressing down her tiptoe, and leaned slightly forward. "You don't need to stand on your tiptoes. It will be uncomfortable." Song Nanshure's feet landed firmly on the ground. She only moved her eyelashes, and for a moment she didn't dare to open her eyes. Yung Jifeng slowly moved closer to her. Song Nansure couldn't see him, but she could feel his warm breath brushing against her cheek as he got closer and closer. Then he whispered, "Open your mouth." Song Nansure subconsciously parted her lips slightly. The next moment, a cool spiritual energy, carrying the scent of snow, flowed into Song Nanshure's mouth. Song Nanshi's eyelashes trembled slightly, but for some reason, she didn't feel calmed down. Instead, she felt that as the essence was transferred into her body, the poison became more and more unrestrained. My heart was pounding, and a kind of heat seemed to rise in my veins. As the spiritual energy slowly faded, Song Nanshi subconsciously opened his eyes. 2 inches away, Yoon Ji-fan closed his eyes, and his expression was surprisingly solemn when he didn't open them. He slowly closed his lips as he finished exhaling his last breath. For a moment, Song Nanshi didn't know what he was thinking. As if he couldn't stand steadily, he suddenly bent down and easily crossed those 2 inches. The moment their lips touched, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly opened his eyes, a deep, dark river seeming to surge within them. Song Nanshi suddenly woke up and abruptly stood up. Yoon Ji-fan almost lost his composure, grabbing her shoulders so hard it hurt her. You! Song Nanshi remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was cursing the damned poison. It must be the poison taking effect. She forced a smile, trying to hide her perversion. Would you believe me if I said my leg was numb? Of course, it's also possible that the poison has taken effect. Just as dawn was breaking, the surge in the city eased up a bit, and Zhu Xiu finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to contact Song Nan to ask them to take the opportunity to return, she heard a knock on the door. Zhu Xiu became wary and cautiously opened the door, only to find Song Nanshi and Yoon Ji-fan standing outside. She was overjoyed. You're back. Yoon Ji-fan, Song Nanshi, ah. Zhu Xiu looked at this person and then at that person, and inexplicably felt that the atmosphere between the two was strange. But she didn't think much of it and immediately let them in. She closed the door and turned to talk to them when she saw Song Nanshi anxiously saying, "Where's Jiang Yuan? I need to find her." They immediately fled as if hiding from a flood or a ferocious beast. Yoon Ji-fan, like a wronged woman who had been abandoned, looked at Song Nanshi from behind with a melancholy expression. Zhu Xiu. Just as she was about to ask them what was wrong, there was another knock on the door. She opened the door again, and this time it was Yu Jojo outside. And her rabbit. But no matter how she looked at it, something still felt off. After looking at it for a while, she finally realized what it meant. Normally, she would hold the rabbit in her arms and cherish it dearly. This time, she actually held the rabbit by its ears, keeping it far away from her, as if it were a ferocious beast. Most importantly, the rabbit seemed to have been beaten up, looking miserable. She was about to ask something when she saw her junior sister drop the rabbit as soon as she entered the room, and then immediately say, "Where's Jiang Yuan? I need to find her." He ran away after saying that. Zhu Xiu. Why is everyone looking for Jiang Yuan? She was about to remind her junior sister that she had forgotten to take the rabbit when she saw her junior sister suddenly stop, turn around, pick up the rabbit again, and continue running wildly. Only Yoon Ji-fan, with a resentful look in his eyes, remained in the courtyard. Song Nanshi jogged into Jiang Yuan's room, where she found her waiting leisurely. Song Nanshi rushed over and sat down, saying urgently, "Quickly! Quickly! Give me the antidote." She felt that this poison was truly powerful. It had already drained her vital essence, yet it still made her commit such a mistake. What would happen if the vital essence was depleted? Fortunately, she was poisoned, otherwise she wouldn't know how to explain it to Yoon Ji-fan. As she was thinking this, Jiang Yuan smiled and took her pulse. Then Jiang Yuan's expression immediately turned disgusted. He flung her hand away and said irritably, "Why are you looking for me if you're not poisoned?" Song Nanshi, huh? Not poisoned. What she did? Song Nansure froze immediately. At the same time, the junior sister came in carrying a rabbit that looked like it had been beaten up badly. Jiang Yuan exclaimed upon seeing it, "Wow! So it was this rabbit that was poisoned." Song Nansure looked over immediately. Jiang Yuan asked, "That's not right. If it was the one that was poisoned, it would definitely want to find the female rabbit. How come it's so well behaved even though it's poisoned? How did you do that?" The rabbit remained as still as a chicken in her hands. The junior sister said expressionlessly, "It's simple. If he dares to misbehave even once, I'll beat him up." Jiang Yuan was immediately filled with respect. It's no ordinary rabbit that survived being beaten several times by Yu Jiujiu. Jiang Yuan took the rabbit to detoxify it. Song Nansure looked at this and that, and immediately rushed over and grabbed his junior sister's free hand. "Junior sister, am I not your real senior sister?" she asked. The junior sister's expressionless face broke down immediately. "Yes, yes." Song Nanshure's expression was grave. "If I were your senior sister, you wouldn't tell anyone about the poisoned rabbit, otherwise your senior sister's reputation would be ruined." The junior sister looked bewildered. "Why?" Song Nansure. "How is she supposed to explain why? They say she became a pervert. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The pervert is myself." Jiang Yuan disgustedly cured a rabbit of its poison, then turned around and chased the two female disciples out. The two walked out slowly, their expressions heavy. Song Nansure felt that something was very wrong. She took liberties with a respectable married man. At first, she thought she was unable to control herself because of poisoning. Although this excuse was just as ridiculous as drunken misconduct, at least she had an excuse. Now Jiang Yuan is telling her that she's not poisoned at all. She just wanted to take liberties with people. Now that things have come to this, Song Nansure has no choice but to face his own situation. "Accept the fact that you are a pervert." Song Nansure recalled Yun Jifin's shocked, incredulous, yet joyful expression after being kissed. For a moment, she felt that she was no longer just being disrespectful to others. She felt like a heartless woman who toyed with other people's feelings. Coincidentally, the junior sister also felt that something was wrong. Her rabbit turned into a living person. Moreover, she was so busy beating people up last night that she didn't have time to see what the rabbit-turned human looked like. But the thought of having a stranger by her side was terrifying. So for a moment, she felt caught in a dilemma. She was reluctant to throw it away, but she felt it was too much to handle if she didn't. The two of them sighed in unison and looked at each other. Song Nansure noticed that the rabbit's ears were a little uncomfortable from being pulled, and it couldn't help but kick its legs. It was a very ordinary action, but to everyone's surprise, the junior sister was immediately startled and punched the rabbit on the head. "Bam!" Song Nansure. "That's a good start." But strangely enough, normally this punch would have knocked the rabbit over, but today, the rabbit just shook its head a couple of times in a daze and quickly returned to normal. Song Nanshure's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in surprise, "Your rabbit didn't even faint." The junior sister looked down and sighed with worry. "He seems to be getting more and more resilient. Last night, when I hit him for the first time, he was knocked out with one punch, but the last time I hit him, I used a whole set of punches on him before he was knocked out." Song Nansure. Has it been beaten into an indestructible body? Is this the power of a male lead in a sweet romance novel? Song Nansure glanced down at the rabbit, which was pitiful but still alive and kicking, then looked up at his junior sister and suddenly understood. "That's right. Since the female lead has switched to the path of physical cultivation, the male lead naturally has to cultivate to be indestructible and immune to all poisons. Otherwise, how can he survive to be the male lead? This rabbit has been with them for so long, and its injuries haven't healed despite being nursed back to health with spirit stones every day. Yet now, after being beaten all night, it can withstand a full set of punches from its junior sister, showing that it does have some talent in this area. It turns out that her previous plans for the male protagonists in sweet romance novels were all wrong. So this is how the male lead in a sweet romance novel should be portrayed. As expected of the protagonist, Song Nansure glanced again at the rabbit, which, despite being hit, was still trying to climb onto his junior sister's arm. For the first time in his life, he understood how the phrase one is willing to hit and the other is willing to be hit was used. Chi Shun got the male lead role through his own abilities. Thinking about himself again, Song Nansure couldn't help but sigh. She's still embroiled in a lot of trouble. Seeing this, the junior sister asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Song Nansure thought about it and figured that since she was, after all, the female lead in a sweet romance novel and her major was relevant, she might have some unique insights. So she asked, if, and I mean if, you were to take liberties with a respectable married man, what would you do? The junior sister thought for a moment. Give me money. Song Nansure. She calmly asked, how much? The junior sister pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, after all, it was his own fault, so it should be at least 10,000, right? He's a respectable man. Song Nansure. Why doesn't she just let Yoon Jifeng kiss her back? If all else fails, she's not incapable of taking responsibility. As Song Nansure was thinking this, he was taken aback. She actually came up with the idea of taking responsibility so easily. She paused for a moment, then pulled her junior sister along, saying, let's go out first. The two walked back from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard. Yoon Jifeng and his second senior sister were waiting for them outside. When Song Nansure looked up at Yoon Jifeng, he felt guilty. Seeing Yoon Jifeng staring at him, he wanted to avoid him, but when he thought of himself as the culprit, he could only bite the bullet and say, Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Jifeng's expression was calm, as if he had returned to normal. He asked calmly, has your poison been cured? The junior sister immediately looked over. Song Nansure forced a lie, oh, right. Yoon Jifeng then became thoughtful. He said, I understand. Song Nansure didn't know what he had figured out, but he had a feeling that something was wrong. Ju Xiu looked around at them, seemingly lost in thought. Fortunately, the eldest brother suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Everyone turned around when they heard the door open and saw Jiang Ji still wearing his guard uniform. After entering, he saw Song Nansure and the others standing in the courtyard and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, that's great, you've all made it back. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Jiang Ji was preoccupied with his career and didn't notice anything amiss. He immediately said, Madame Peony is planning to seal off the city under the pretext that the sect master's mansion has been attacked by assassins. I made an excuse that I was worried about my junior sisters when I came back. If you had come back any later, you wouldn't have been able to return. Upon hearing this, even Song Nansure couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Ji was very puzzled. What exactly did you do in the sect leader's mansion? The young sect leader is about to succeed to the throne. The steward in the mansion has repeatedly ordered the guards to keep a low profile. Why are you making such a fuss today? Song Nansure and the others exchanged a glance. Then Yoon Jifeng raised his hand and set up a soundproof barrier. Song Nansure lowered his voice and said, the shadow ghost we saw in the warehouse. Shadow ghost? Jiangji and Zhu Xiu fell silent. They exchanged a glance, and Zhu Xiu sneered. Is the cultivation world really that small? How come there are stories about those medicinal herbs everywhere? Song Nansure calmly said, shadow ghosts aren't necessarily only raised by those medicinal herbs, but the fact that shadow ghosts appeared in Madame Peony's storeroom is already quite telling. I don't believe she didn't know about this, given how much trouble she went through today. Zhu Xiu thought for a moment, then suddenly said, she went to such great lengths for you all. So what if Miss Zhang's senior and junior brothers had accidentally discovered that shadow ghost while guarding the storeroom? Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yuan suddenly walked out from the inner courtyard and asked, what shadow ghost? The group exchanged glances, and Song Nansure omitted the part about the medicinal herbs, instead recounting their discovery in the warehouse. Jiang Yuan immediately let out a cold laugh. She said, so, my senior brother and junior brother actually disappeared mysteriously because they discovered the shadow ghost in the storeroom. Song Nansure, that's how it is at present. Jiang Yuan took 2 deep breaths, then turned and left. Song Nansure, where are you going? Jiang Yuan, go back to the Houwan sect. Song Nansure quickly grabbed her and said, calm down first. They didn't catch us, so the shadow ghost must have been moved. Even if you tell your elders, there's no evidence. Jiang Yuan's voice remained relatively calm. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'll go back and check the old sect leader's private properties when he was alive. Even if she arrested my senior brothers, she'll still need a place to imprison them. People come and go from the sect leader's mansion. I don't believe she would dare to imprison them directly in the sect leader's mansion. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure suddenly said, then find another opportunity to take us to the Houwan sect. I want to take a look at those 2 disciples of the Houwan sect who have gone mad with their cultivation. Jiang Yuan turned his head. Can shadow ghosts also cause people to go berserk? Song Nansure calmly said, shadow ghosts absorb people's luck and lifespan. A person's luck is closely related to their cultivation. When their luck is depleted, even if you practice the most ordinary cultivation method, you will still suffer from qi deviation. She said thoughtfully, but the only thing I don't understand is, even if she uses the shadow ghost to absorb other people's luck, even if it's just to cover it up, why would she grab one person and drain their luck completely? One person is possessed by a demon, 2 people are possessed by a demon. Isn't she afraid of arousing suspicion? Jiang Yuan ignored what Madame Peony was thinking and sneered, fine. So that's why our Houwan sect's most orthodox and peaceful dual cultivation technique has produced 2 disciples who have gone mad after the old sect leader's death. She said directly, you wait. After saying that, he went out the door. Everyone watched her retreating figure and then looked away. There were some things they couldn't tell Jiang Yuan, an outsider. But now that she's gone, they have something to say. Song Nansure calmly said, next, we should consider whether the shadow ghosts here are also related to the medicinal herbs, then. Who are the medicinal herbs? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nansure thought they would think about it for a moment, but to his surprise, they all said in unison, peony. Song Nansure. Peony is indeed a medicinal herb, but... She said, with a complicated expression, is it possible that Lady Peony is a woman? Jiang Ji, this ancient man, was even more open-minded than Song Nansure, this modern man, and asked directly, if it's an external incarnation, what does it matter if it's male or female? Song Nansure, she also got married and had a son. The junior sister's thoughts then took a turn, and she asked curiously, if the avatar outside the body gives birth to a son, is that son considered the biological son of the original body? So, rounding up, wouldn't it also be considered as being born to the original body? This statement successfully swayed everyone's thinking, and the crowd immediately began to pay close attention to the ethical issues between the original body and its external avatar. Song Nansure took a deep breath. Here we go again. Sure enough. Here we go again. Are they all destined to clash? When they're separate, they're all protagonists, each capable of holding up half the world. So why do they seem to trigger some kind of brain-draining buff when they get together? She subconsciously looked at Yoon Ji-fang. Yoon Ji-fang was staring intently at her. He immediately understood what she meant, even though this group of unreliable people were still discussing ethical issues. He interrupted them, saying, "It may not be Lady Peony. There is another person." Everyone stopped and couldn't help but look over. Yoon Ji-fang then said, "Mr. Shen." The others pondered for a moment. The character Shen doesn't seem to be the name of any herb. Jiang Ji added, "Besides, neither my second junior sister nor I have ever met Mr. Shen." Song Nanshure's face darkened. "We're looking for suspicious people, not real herbs. If you're caught twice in a row, won't you at least try to disguise yourselves?" Jiang Ji couldn't help but scratch his head and chuckle, saying, "But whether it's Madame Peony or Mr. Shen, they see each other every day now. If one knows, the other can't possibly be completely unaware." After thinking for a moment, Song Nansure said, "Then let's test them." Yu Xiu asked, "How should we test them?" Song Nansure, regardless of their names, "There's one thing that can't be changed about those medicinal herbs. They are all fortune tellers." The two medicinal herbs that Song Nansure has encountered so far have both been from fortune tellers. Seeing her say that, Jiang Ji frowned and said, "Then be careful not to give yourself away." Song Nansure nodded. After agreeing on the plan, Jiang Ji checked the time and, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, had no choice but to leave in a hurry. As they stepped out the door, Old Man Lu suddenly emerged from the jade pendant. Jiang Ji asked in surprise, "Mr. Liu?" For some reason, Old Man Lu's expression was a little off. He said, "If you can find an opportunity, take me to see Mr. Shen." Jiang Ji nodded blankly. Meanwhile, Song Nansure was sitting there, frowning and thinking about something else. If Jiang Yuan's senior and junior brothers disappeared because they discovered Madame Peony's shadow ghost, then why did Master Shi disappear? She consulted the oracle several times, and the results were almost identical to those of the missing brothers. They were the ones who did it, and that old man sure was probably one of them too. What connection do the old man and Mrs. Peony have? How could he, who never leaves his house, possibly discover the shadow ghost that Lady Peony keeps? Moreover, he came down the mountain voluntarily. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice when Yoon Ji-fang called her several times. When she came to her senses, she found that everyone else had already left. Song Nansure immediately sensed something was wrong. She looked at Yoon Ji-fang, but Yoon Ji-fang remained calm and said, "They've left, let's go back too." Song Nansure instinctively followed in his footsteps. After walking a few steps, they heard Yoon Ji-fang ask casually, "By the way, your poison has been cured, right?" Song Nansure nodded immediately, understood. Yoon Ji-fang suddenly turned around and looked at her. Song Nansure only heard him ask, "So, do you think you would still want to kiss me when you're sober?" He bent down and looked at her. Song Nansure was stunned, almost doubting that he had heard correctly. But when she looked up, Yoon Ji-fang was still looking at her like that, and asked, "Do you want to know?" Song Nansure. For some reason, only one sentence flashed through her mind this time. "You're so sexy." Perhaps the shock was too great, because when Yoon Ji-fan pressed her for an answer again, she didn't give a firm and righteous refusal. She said without hesitation, "Do you want money?" The clouds stopped and the wind paused. He was stunned. Song Nansure shut his mouth, wishing he could sew it shut. But to everyone's surprise, Yoon Ji-fan reacted even faster. He said without changing his expression, "It's free for me, so do you want it?" Song Nansure. She couldn't outshine him. She could only calmly reply, "Then let me think about it." Yoon Ji-fan then straightened up. "You think about it, I'll be waiting." He said he would wait, and he really did wait outside Song Nanshure's window, and also chased away Jiang Hong, who was trying to climb out the window again. As luck would have it, the whole city is under martial law today, and the clan leader's mansion has informed them that they don't need to go to work today. Song Nansure was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She wasn't stupid. Of course she understood what Yoon Ji-fan was asking. But what was she thinking? Song Nansure thought about it for a moment, and when he recalled Yoon Ji-fan saying that he would give it to him for free, he was actually quite tempted. A wife boosting destiny that comes with a free gift, what a living bodhisattva. And he's in pretty good shape. Most importantly, she wasn't poisoned, yet she was bewitched and kissed him. The implication is clear. When she was sober, did she want to kiss him? She already kissed him. However, Song Nansure was aware of his own shortcomings. She was very wary, even in modern times. Her few friends said she was like a stone that could never be warmed, and that feeling gradually faded. But in the world of cultivation, her wariness only increased. From the moment she realized she had transmigrated into the book, she never felt like she belonged to this world. She observes the world like an outsider, surrounded by three main characters, all bustling about, but she treats them as the protagonists and herself as the reader. So she didn't feel anything about not having any friends for the first 10 years or so. Because she never felt she belonged here. The appearance of the old man was her first root in this world. Later she discovered that the protagonists were not all two-dimensional characters. Then came Yoon Ji-fan. Song Nansure suddenly stood up, strolled over, and pulled open the window. Yoon Ji-fan looked over in surprise. Song Nansure leaned against the window and asked him, "If I can offer less than you, would you mind?" Yoon Ji-fan's eyes gradually brightened, and he said softly, "Then I'll just have to give a little more." Song Nansure, "I am very wary." Yoon Ji-fan, "I don't open my heart to everyone." Song Nansure, "My personality is also boring." Yoon Ji-fan, "I'm not a very interesting person either." Song Nansure, "I am still very poor." Yoon Ji-fan, "It just so happens that I feel my luck with money is pretty good." He looked at her and said, "You see, we complement each other perfectly." Song Nansure paused for a moment, then calmly asked, "Then, who will manage the money from now on?" Yoon Ji-fan laughed out loud. Song Nansure, "Don't laugh, this is very important." Yoon Ji-fan, "You." Song Nansure was silent for a moment, gripped the windowsill tightly, raised his chin, and said, "Then I think I still want to." Yoon Ji-fan was taken aback. "What are you thinking about?" Song Nansure, "Your initial question." His initial question was, if she were sober, would she still want to kiss him? Yoon Ji-fan's eyes darkened. He raised his hand to cup her cheeks, and when he got close, he gave her a tender kiss. Song Nansure said disdainfully, "You haven't eaten." The back of his head was pressed down, and Yoon Ji-fan kissed him fiercely. At this moment, the second senior sister, holding a rare winter melon, leisurely opened the window. Nan. Holy crap. Her melon fell. Song Nan sure felt like he was suffocating. She began to regret it, wondering if she had some serious illness that led her to provoke Yoon Ji-fan at this time. The ancients were right. Men are indeed creatures that cannot be provoked, whether they are 6 or 7-year-old men or this man, who is over 100 years old. She seized an opening, struggled to push Yoon Ji-fan away, gasped for breath, and then spoke,